So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It is qualifier race number 2 in May, that marvellous month of May, where there's so many options, so many possibilities. If you're in the Northern Hemisphere, it's starting to become summer, heading that direction. If you're in the Southern Hemisphere, you're going to be finding you're heading in towards winter. And if you're in the middle, well, you get the best of both worlds. I guess I'm always going to look on the bright side. And talking of looking on the bright side, I'm looking across the studio to Emma Martin. Emma, it's nice to have you in the studio here with me once again. We've got some fantastic racing coming up, but before we get to what's coming up, a little look back onto qualifier race number 1 last week. It's been quite a monumental week in terms of MyWhoosh and Sunday Race Club. We'll come on to some of those things later. Qualifier 1, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really good fun.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. It was fantastic. Last week, the women were in Colombia. 35 kilometres of racing last week, 537 metres of elevation. McCarthy, well, she was 27 seconds clear of Gabby Guerra at the line. The closest race, however, was Category 3, where McLeod, Russell and Yaramillo, well, 1.7 seconds between them at the line. It was fast and furious racing in Category 3. It really, really was. This week, what a different story it's going to be.
It certainly is. And we saw, in some ways, that same story of, okay, we fairly predictable winners in terms of the men's race, in terms of Category 1, but we then saw lots of changes. We saw some real upsets in the other race categories as well further down. Of course, the men's race coming after the women's race in today's shows, as always.
Yes, and the men's race today. Well, the men, last week, they had less elevation than the women in a 20-kilometre longer course, and that was a very different race. Today, well, it's like we've done a switch around because the women, 96 metres of elevation. It is very, very flat out there. The men are going to Bhutan. And anybody who has ridden in the Bhutan world on MyWhoosh, and if you haven't, where have you been? Get on board, sign up, and go for a ride in Bhutan. The men are racing in Bhutan today. And the thing about Bhutan is those climbs are really steep. And they go up that climb 3 times today before they get to that finish line and that checkered flag. And I think, well, it's going to be a very different race to last week. And I've had my BDI on the start list. And we'll talk a little bit more about that at the start of the men's show.
Indeed, we will. So, women's and men's shows coming your direction with the women's and men's qualifier race number 2 here on MyWhoosh on the YouTube channel and on Twitch TV. Please do remember, hit those buttons. Make sure that you subscribe to YouTube and Twitch TV for notifications whenever MyWhoosh goes live with all of the racing. It's time for us to head in to the Sunday Race Club, into qualifier race number 2. MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club qualifier race number 2. Sorry, I couldn't resist that. I absolutely love it when we go into our qualifiers and then we start this afresh. And we've done number 1. And if you're watching early on, you'll know we were talking about that fast flat course that we saw for the men. Well, this time round, don't let the elevation scale fool you. Don't believe all you see on the screen.
Because we are going to Arabia today for the race qualifier number 2 in the women's race on the Sunday Race Club. Well, maybe you should pay attention to the scale on the graph. But at the moment, the profile, 45.1 kilometres of racing today, just 96 metres of elevation. Today, 4 sprints, no climbing segments out there at all, but the ones to watch are that Al Waspa Lake sprint. And why? Because look at that headwind. There's a headwind on the descent on the run in. There's a headwind right the way through. It's around 4 kilometres long, the headwind out there. And it is really going to play with the sprinters and how they perform today and the tactics that they choose. Very, very different to the 2nd and 4th sprint out there, where it is an uphill transition. So they come down the descent, through the valley bottom and onto the sprint, which is on the climb. Technical sprints out there today. And it's going to be need to use your head.
You certainly are going to need to use your head. Let's take a run through our riders. Category 6, first of all. Remember, we go with category order 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 26 teams taking part with at least 3 riders or more across all of our race categories. And 4 of those are in category 6, where the Fem Cycle Collab took the team win last week. Remember, no prizes, of course, in qualification.
Yes, Heron, who took the win last week, a fabulous, fabulous race from her. She's been awarded with an upgrade to Category 5. Kimbarov, Masciaretti, Smithson and Jones still in Category 6. Category 5, well, it was Mongeli from Notes, Goodall, Giuliano and Loxley last week. Ooh, who could be there today?
Category 5 team winners were Fem Cycle Collab 5A, and that they indeed, Fem Cycle Collab sandwiched the cycling district into second place, with the Fem Cycle Collab 5B taking away third place in Category 5. In Category 4, the next step up the ladder from Category 5, the team win going to Cycling District 4 with Marie-Pierre Barand, the rider leading home that team.
Yes, it was indeed. And 12 seconds separated the top 2 riders last week, both of which have progressed to Category 3. Beltran, Atahalupa and Manfron still in Category 4. But we've had a little bit of ups and downs this week, because riders going up and down across the 6 categories.
Moving from Category 4 to Category 3. Category 3 teams, it was the right teams up at the top, but a little reverse with the 3B team led home by Anna Russell in second, leading home right at 3A in second place, and the Fem Cycle Collab teams pushed down into third and fourth, with Cycling District in fifth.
Yeah, I expect this to be really, really close in Category 3 today. We've got 38 riders on the start sheets, and just 0.7 of a second separated the top 5 riders when we were on this course last time.
So let's go from Category 3 to our penultimate race category, Category 2, the riders riding those green jerseys, where the Cycling District Panneau Chocolat team were brought home by Chelsea Magnus, ahead of the Riot Squad in second, Fem Cycle Club rounding out the podium, and in fact taking 4th place.
Well, 40 riders on the start sheet. This is our largest race field today, Category 2. And I think this is going to be the most competitive. We are going to see the biggest bunch come into the line. We've had a number of riders come down from Category 1. Anna Svalstrom took the win last time we were on this course. It was a massive sprint with half a second separating hardly any riders last time. I think it'll be even closer this time.
We'll have to wait and see. And of course, our last riders go away. The last riders that we will see leave the pens, although potentially could be the first to the finish. You never know. It is the Category 1 riders. The FCC Endorphin squad has strength in depth, taking 3rd, 4th, and 5th place with Tomasi, Koistonen, and Alberg last week, taking that team win ahead of Sweat Sensations and Ablock International.
Just 24 riders on the start sheets in Category 1 as we head down into the start pen.
Down in the start pens, you can see our riders are down in the pens. They're all waiting to go. It's one big mass start on the road today as Category 6 weave their way through the profusion of colours down on the start line. The purple jerseys leading out the race here once again. Musa Al-Mansouri leading the way out of the pen with Lopes and Hamilton in close attendance. This start absolutely critical. You can see top left-hand side of your screen. It is a crosswind coming from the rider's left-hand side, which is our left-hand side at the moment. So the most shelter available on the right-hand side behind other riders. But you've got to be behind them. And at the moment, Limburgo are looking to stretch out the legs of the rest of the riders. Category 6 last week was really hard fought. The sprints are being battled. There was only 1 point separating Georgina Jones from Angia Reyes in the sprint competition in Category 6. In the Queen of the Mountains, it was Heron who took the win. Again, very close. So only 2 points separated Heron from Kubarov. I think it's going to be very similar today. I think it's going to be even closer. No climb competition today, though, as you've seen from the course profile that Emma ran you through. It is all about the sprints today, so watch out for riders like Hamilton. We'll see whether she's going to be in the mix. Adriana Barker, one of our regular riders, up on your screens and looking very smooth. Really interested to see how Barker goes today. Not in the results last week. So we'll have to see how she figures in today's racing. Good to have you back with us. The bunch up and away. And as Emma has said previously, this is going to be very interesting to see whether this becomes a lot of bunch sprints coming in. In terms of last week, it certainly it wasn't close. We saw Heron clear by some margin, 32 seconds clear of Kumbarov, with Mascheretta at 1 minute 13 and 3:29 down was Liz Smithson, nicely inside the top 5, with Georgina Jones rounding out the top 5. One rider it's great to have back with us, Manon Holtman, at the moment, just leading this group out from the Netherlands. Manon, one of our regular riders on MyWhoosh, as this group continues with this left-hand cross tailwind. It's a slight tailwind here. It's fractionally behind the riders as we get ready to set free Category 5. So Category 6 well on their way. Category 5 about to leave the pens. Can Alma Margelli make it 2 out of 2? Here today, Louisa Schultz, the rider who we're following out from those pens at the moment, been figuring strongly in the racing as well. She took 3rd in the sprint competition last week, Schultz. So we're interested to see how she goes on against riders like Kim Bonilla. Bonilla with a fantastic kick, very sharp snap that makes her able to go out very quickly. Last week's sprint winner was actually Rosa Herrera. Herrera on some great sprinting form as we took on the roads last week. Almeida in the mix at the moment, and overall in the overall competition, Almeida figuring inside the top 20. Jacqueline Almeida, 18th place in the competition last week on qualifier race number 1 in Category 5, riding for the Cycling District 5 squad and nicely hovering inside the top 10. Just seen Barbara Heron, the winner of Category 6, nicely tucked into this group. So welcome to Category 5. The step up is an interesting step to make each time you move up a race category, and it does take time to get used to that. But Heron has shown she's really strong.
Yeah, Barbara Heron is really strong, and I think she's going to really enjoy the challenge of Category 5. You are right; it does take some time to get to know the next category because they race differently. And we see that week in, week out, different tactics employed, different strategies employed. Sylvie Timmers-Cohen's has come up from Category 6 to Category 5. In fact, Timmers-Cohen's won the Category 6 race on this course when we were last here in March. So she knows that she enjoys this course. She's going to try and stay in the Cat 5 bunch now and see how strongly she can finish since her progression up as well.
And a really I think a real ruler because she can repeatedly sprint. It's not just an end of race sprint, not just that one-off big hit. She's a repeat sprinter. And I think that's really important today, those repeated efforts to be able to keep jumping in. The riders at the moment in one very small compact group as Category 5 make their way to the 1.2 kilometre marker. We're going to go dive in with Category 4. The race field separated by 2.5 minutes on that start line. Category 4 in the red jerseys about to weave their way through the groups and head out onto the road. The bunch thinning down with less and less riders waiting for their race start. More and more riders out on the roads. Category 4 underway at the moment. Going to see whether or not this group stays together. It's looking like one rider just distanced a little bit out of that race start, just going to have to close that gap down.
Well, interestingly, Karen van der Act in this field, she holds the course record on this course in Category 4. She's going to really be looking forward to this. We were talking about her earlier on this morning. 37 riders on the start sheets in Category 4, 209 riders in total on the start sheets for this women's race today. And it's really, really interesting because, well, 2 qualification races the riders have to ride to get into a team for the final of the month. And we often see riders picking races and riders who enjoy a lot of climbing, choosing the climbing races, riders who love a bunch sprint. Well, they are here today. Skiska, Manfron, Montgomery, Dowling, Davidson, they're all here in this bunch right now, as it is a very, very flat start.
It is a flat start. One rider to watch out for, Gina Di Grazia, 15th in
Mm.
last week's race. Definitely a rider I've got my eye on to see how she goes today. 15 sprint jerseys to Gina Di Grazia's name over the course of the week. Course of the racing.
Course of the week.
Course of the week, 15 sprint jerseys in a week. That'll take some doing. Now, we'll be doubling up. No, 15 sprint jerseys overall in the course of her racing, 5 race wins. So very interesting to see how she goes on in the racing. I think it'd be very, very interesting to see how she performs today in the sprints. A rider who's converted that sort of sprint performance into overall race performance. We'll have to see whether that's dulled the sprints down. One rider who we will be watching out for is Seba Al Ray, the rider who's on your screens at the moment in the Wolfies kit as always. So good to see Seba once again with us. So good morning to Seba. The bike hung up in the background. They're very tidy pain cave, I have to say there. And Seba, I'm sure we'll be looking forward to those repeated sprints. She's always one of our regular riders on camera. I'm going to say a massive thank you to everybody in categories 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 who give us their view into the pain cave. Now, we're in with category 3. They are our anti-penultimate race field to leave the race start. I was only saying to Emma in our one of our meetings this week that we don't say anti-penultimate enough.
No,
so
I think, well, I'm not sure that is a phrase that should be used.
It's the one before the penultimate, which is the one before the final.
The one before the final.
Yeah.
Well, these riders up and out of the pen. Yeah, I know. 38 riders on the start sheets, and you can see that start banner behind. Up to pace very, very quickly here today. And Lung, the rider on the front here, Silver, McKay, Machado, De Pavia, Donahue, Horner, all in the mix. And category 3, there's so many riders in here. Berard and Bradley coming up into the category. Brooke Donahue coming up into the category, and so's Ting Lu. So a lot of riders progressing here. First and second from last week having moved on. They're not here today. But Yaramillo, Nasli Yaramillo, I think could go well. De Pavia on your screen. She too will be looking forward to this today. She's got a great turn of speed and she'll be looking forward to that final sprint.
Cara De Pavia, definitely a rider who you cannot discount when it comes to taking away sprints. We've seen her get that timing right time and time again. I'm very interested to see how that's going to play out here today on this course. But of course, the riders have to deal with the races that come up across all of the month rather than just one particular race. And one rider who I think has really been excelling is Nasli Yaramillo, really a rider on form. I have to say, very impressed by the way that she's been running. Didn't quite take away victory, took 3rd place last week, but took away the climb competition overall by 2 points from Anna Russell.
Yes.
Great
she has
riding.
been riding well, and
Yeah.
I think she too is a rider with a great turn of speed, and I think she's going to be looking forward to this. There's a lot of riders in here with a great turn of speed. There's a number of category 3 riders who I think are going to be lining themselves up for the finish today. It's going to be fast and furious.
Time to go into category 2, which are our penultimate race field to leave the pens. Don't worry, we won't keep the Latin going for very long. The riders on the race start. Category 2, green jerseys, leave those pens. One big bunch leaving as we speak. Jennifer Gottlander, the rider who took the sprint win, a hard-fought competition, came down to that last sprint between Gottlander and Otto, to Neil Otto, battling it out in action. The climbs competition going to Velna, who also took away the race victory. Our guest in the studio last week, it's the one and only, the legend that is Hayley Simmons. It's good to see you, Hayley, as she did promise that we would be seeing the smiley face or grumpy faced octopus that sits at the side.
Depending upon how she's feeling during the race. Well, she's on the front at the moment, so it must be smiley face.
It was
at
a
the moment.
smiley face at the moment. So at the moment, Hayley just on the front of this group. Hopefully, all of that training that she did while she was out here at the studios, as well as being in the commentary box with us as a guest last week, will be paying off, and we'll see how Hayley goes. I was actually following her on Grass Dune.
Oh.
which and her activities, because there's quite a lot of comments on this. So it's a bit like Strava, but it's like Strava Plus. It's like, you can have a basic, or you can have a all singing, all dancing version of things. This is the all singing, all dancing version because you get a lot more detail. Even than Strava in lots of ways, and you get some really nice script and lots of different athletes on there as well. Grustune.com. Search for Hayley Simmons.
Oh, places to look and places to go and places and things to explore. Oh, it's exciting. Maria Marber, Cornelia Engstrom, Sylvia Gurrea, Manshandi, Kiddle, Wagner Eck, Nielsen. Catherine Nielsen will be looking for this one today, but so will a number of the other riders. Tiffany Penner in here, Expector. I'm just like looking at this list going, I'm not sure who won't be in the mix when we get to the sprint line today. 40 riders in category 2. And as we've started to say, Heather Shanks on your screen, she's in that MyWhoosh Championships kit. I always think Heather is a great climber. Heather, do you like sprints?
Do you like sprints? Heather's, yes. Come on, this is a rider. Listen, you can't go riding in the races that we've seen her race.
I know.
And not be able to sprint. She might prefer an uphill sprint. That's always my sort of little get out of jail card. Maybe it's an uphill sprint. We'll see whether or not the riders today can deal with our final sprint, which is slightly uphill, as well as the Al Wathba sprints, which are slightly uphill. The Al Wathba late sprint on the flat but headwind across all 6 race categories, category 6 right through to category 1, who have left the pens in those yellow jerseys, taking on the course today. 45.1 kilometers of distance, 96 meters of elevation, effectively 2 and a little bit laps of this course. We're going to come around basically to that self-same pattern we just left, and that's where we're going to finish. It'll be really interesting to see who is at the front of this race. This course is not one in category 1, where in theory a pure climber can win, and one where a good climber should win. It should be a sprinter, but that doesn't mean it will be.
Last time we were here, it was Elise Gallegos' first win on the Sunday race club.
Oh, that was great to see, wasn't it?
It was, and she went head to head with Mika Soderstrom, who we would normally say is the key sprinter in this group. Soderstrom came out second to Gallegos' first. Catherine Fuhr took third place that day, and we know she's got a phenomenal turn of speed, and she's got a massive punch. She's a strong rider too. It's going to be so interesting. There's just 22 riders started today in category 1. It is a small and discreet group.
It's an elite group.
It is. Well, this is an elite group too. We've got Barco, Scriven and Hadjuk on our screens at the moment. Melissa Scriven loved this course last time, but at the moment they're going into the sprint. She needs to pay some attention and not get gapped from the group today. Smithson is leading this out. Georgina Jones has gone up and over the top, and Angelica Limbaga is giving it large as well. The push is on. Jessica Hamilton, who we would normally associate with being the strongest sprinter in the group, and I know she finished in the top 5 last time we were here on this course. Could we have her eye on the finish line today?
I don't disagree at all. Georgina Jones took the sprint win in category 6 by 1 point from Angia Reyes last time out. A real battle that time around as they came through, with Jones, Smithson, Limbago, Hamilton and Tan taking those top 5 places with 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 points respectively, as you can see on your screens. And I don't at all dispute the fact that Hamilton maybe is thinking, I was good last time here, but I want that win. And I think Jessica Hamilton's prime opportunities for taking a win are limited. Everybody's opportunities are limited, in terms of winning, in terms of a course that really suits them. But if there was a course, this I think really does suit Hamilton. I think she's just going to be really smart not to overthink this. Don't think about it too much. Just do what you do well.
Well, I agree, but it has been a really, really fast race in category 6 to that point. They're at the 8.3 kilometre marker, and it has been really fast and really hard, and it has already split the group. 18 riders in that leading group as we're watching Nicole Mayer pushing on at the front of the category 1 race. And let me tell you something, this is fast and this is hard from the gun as well, and this is not what they may have expected.
Now, you can see on your screen our course records here. I know Emma's given you some of the names here. So great to see the team behind the scenes at MyWhoosh. Got to say a big thank you to all of the production team for doing an amazing job and continuing to evolve the production here. Sylvie Timmins-Cohen in Category 6, having the fastest time in Category 6. Mika Soderstrom in Category 1 there. The times reflected in that, really interesting to see. They're not all set on the same date there, Emma.
No, we have been on this course twice so far. First time out was the 15th of February this year, then the 22nd of March. So this is the third edition of this course for the women. And one of the things that's really interesting, Mika Soderstrom and Elise Gallegos, the two riders in Category 1, having taken that win. That fastest time coming the first time out. So's the fastest time in Category 2, 3, and 5. And normally we say we get quicker the more times we race the course, and normally the third time, well, produces the fast times. Let's see what happens today.
Well, we're into the sprint, and we're going to see who's going to take it. It's looking like Valentina Latriglia has her eyes on that and should take that. Can Sarah Jones coming quickly behind, but not quickly enough. Schultz in third place, replicating her third place overall in the sprint competition last week. Alma Mongelli coming through right up in contention. Joanna Warren, the rider who took second place in the sprint competition last week, not scoring any points in this sprint. Remember, 4 sprints, each with its own checkpoint prize for the first rider in each category over the line. And, of course, the overall sprint jersey. And you can see that the skin suit, that green skin suit now has transferred on and is now going to be worn here by our Category 5 leader, Valentina Latriglia.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because Category 5 not moving as fast as Category 6 at that point. We said Category 6 had raced hard and dropped riders. Category 5, 26 riders going through together. Category 6, well, they are smattered all over the road at the moment. Category 1 are doing the business as well. And it's Nicole Mayer who is trying to break the group.
I'm just going to put a quick number to the difference in time here between Category 6 and Category 5. Category 5 were 21 seconds slower to that point. Let's dive back in here.
Yes, because take a look at that. Kate McCarthy is back on our screen, and she is resplendent in... Oh, look at that. She's got a rainbow band jersey on as well. Fabulous to have the world champion back on the screen on the Sunday Race Club. Absolutely brilliant. Gabby Guerra on the bottom of your screen. Nicole Mayer at the top. Mayer, well, she's been really instrumental so far in this race, even though we're only at the 4.1 kilometre mark.
Yes, really has been starting to mix things up. And then 2 of our key protagonists, the first and second place overall last week, McCarthy and Guerra there on your screens, as well as Category 4, heading to our first sprint, this at the 8.3 kilometre mark, the Al Waspa Lake.
And Sebra Ray has kicked hard, but so has Claudia Hyde. Heidi's leading them out at the moment. Al Ray, look at that, up and out the saddle. High cadence at the moment but Lam Kong goes up and over the top at the moment. Gina Van Rossum is now coming at 12 watts per kilo from behind. Has she led this too late? With that headwind, you've got to go, well, a little bit early, but not too late. And you've got to get your timing right. It is so hard. I tell you something, Lam Kong took that in the end. She takes the 5 points. Gina Van Rossum coming in fast from behind takes 4. Sebra Al Ray, who we were in with during that sprint, takes 3 points. Claudia Hyde takes 2, and Philippa Hill takes 1.
Great technique from Sebra Al Ray there in terms of being on those drops to engage all the muscles, to really get the power down, to get the pace down. The Category 4 race going the same pace, almost only 2 seconds quicker than Category 6, who were the fastest to that checkpoint. But I think that's going to be eclipsed because Category 3 are almost there, and it's Karen De Pavia at the moment who's leading this out in Category 3. They're queuing up behind, and it's the sprint winner from last week, Dorothy Gonzalez-Rua, who's challenging alongside. You can see she's at 9.7 watts per kilo, goes over the top at 10, and it's Gonzalez-Rua who's coming towards the line in the lead. They're starting to push behind. Vinan Park coming hard. So is Horner. Can Gonzalez-Rua hold on to take that? It's going to be very close indeed. It looks like Vinan Park snatched that on the line. We're going to get those confirmed results.
She has indeed.
It is the gap on my screen shows 0.00 seconds. So we'll take a little look as that goes a little closer. Weidenpaar from Londano, from Horner, Gonzalez, McKay is what I have, and in fact that is confirmed on your screens. When we split that down, it is 0.1
it is so close. It is so close. And look at the
Does it?
stretch on the group. You know, this has been a really, really fast race. It's been the fastest race by some big margin so far to that point. 28 riders in that leading group, 18 seconds back. We've got one or two riders split off the back. Veronica Cisioka and Brooke Donoghue, the two riders off the back of the group. But the main size of the group, it is huge, and they are moving really quickly.
Yeah, very fast move at the moment here. Really interested in the size of the group, that big split in category 6, breaking everything up. All together in category 5, all together in category 4, category 3 pretty much all together at the moment. Category 2, this looks like a big group approaching the sprint of the Al Wathbert Lake at the moment, and you can see and it's just starting to tee up here.
It is. Stephanie Briggs is on the front at the moment. She's put a bit of a dig in, trying to stretch this out. Neil Otto now goes at over 10 watts per kilo. Otto and Briggs, Shanks, Simmons, Gotlander and Denton on your screens at the moment, but it's Tennille Otto leading this out. Katarzyna Vellner is there. Rachel Brown is in the mix. Jenny Eck and Tilly Field now kicking from behind as well. It's a long stretch into a headwind at the moment. Tilly Field coming in hot onto Tennille Otto's wheel. I think Field's going to go up and over the top. Yes, she does. Eck and Brown coming in from behind, but I think Field may well have done enough. How quickly can that banner come? Eck's now coming up and over the top of Field. Jenny Eck is going to get a timing right here today. Up and over goes Eck. Field, I think, is going to have to settle for second.
That was all about getting the timing right. Go too early. It's so tempting when you can see that banner from a long way out to go too early. But when you've got a headwind, it's about waiting and waiting and waiting and then having a really strong kick to go over the top. And that's what we saw from Eck, who takes those 5 points, 4 for Field, 3 for Otto, 2 for Svarstrom, and 1 point for Brown.
And let's not forget, because of the headwind here, if you get distance off the back of this group, it is so hard.
And that's
so hard to get back on.
And that's why everyone's pushing.
It is splitting these groups. There we go. We've got one rider in category 2 who's not going to make it back into the group. And that's not because they weren't there at the time. It's because they couldn't close that gap after the sprint.
Category 2 reaching that checkpoint at the Al Wathbert Lake quickly. Very, very quickly. It took them 12 minutes, 48 seconds to get there. That's some 17 seconds quicker than Category 3. Category 1, they're still a way out. That banner is in the distance, and they know that they have got time to get that reshuffle done if they're at the back of this group. I don't think it's going to be possible for anyone who's dropped off the back, and we are seeing 1 or 2 riders starting to lose contact as the pace picks up here. Koivunen leading this out at the moment. Van Heuling starting to look a little bit of a tentative here. Kolczynski having to push hard, his 6.5 to 7 watts per kilo, not wanting to be distanced as they come in. This is about power. This is about that kick. It's about being able to put down those big watts. Kolczynski holding. So is Fua. Van Shaw has been strong in the splits. Do not discount Kelsey Jade Van Shaw. Will we see Falensky, who must have been rubbing her hands when she saw the courses being announced at today's race route for our women on qualifier race number 2. They're waiting and waiting. The banner is getting closer and closer. It's at 8.3, so 300 meters. Headwind, I reckon 200 meters is where you want to be kicking if you've got a good kick. If you're looking just to hold on, you maybe want to wind it up early. Van Shaw goes first on the front, opens it up. Fua starts to respond. You can see she sits back down again, just holding that pace. Falensky moving now through, coming at pace, but I'm not sure Falensky's got enough pace to take this. Van Shaw wants it the most. She takes away the 5 points. She takes away the checkpoint prize, and she rides onwards in the green skin suit of sprint leader. Great ride by her. Interestingly, almost identical time to Category 2 to reach that point at 12 minutes, 48 seconds. Van Shaw coming through, taking 5 points. Alberg taking 4. Falensky taking 3. Gallegos taking 2. And Bjarhead taking 1. Alberg's late kick there. Not quite enough to get to the line, separated by what is literally hundredths of a second.
Well, interestingly, 21 riders in that group coming through. So one rider indeed distanced off the back of the Category 1 pack. The push, though, look at that, straight back on again. Category 6 coming into sprint number 2, and it's Limbaga from Masciaretti, Smithson, and now Jones, the green jersey holder, is coming, but not going to take that second sprint.
Whoa, I'm absolutely loving this because it's going to really shake things up here. Jones goes through there, but Masciaretta, who didn't score points on the first sprint, has also gone through. Looked like she took that. It's been given to Smithson, Jones, Limbaga, Masciaretta, and Lopes, and you can see how close the scores were as they came through. So Smithson is now tied on points with Georgina Jones. They've both scored 9 points. So it is 5 points at sprint 1 for Jones, 5 points at sprint 2 for Smithson. Jones taking 4, so a reversal of places, both tied on 9. Then Limbaga, Masciaretta, and Lopes in that order. 7 riders scoring points so far in Category 6 by sprint number 2.
Yeah, and interestingly, between sprint number 1 and sprint number 2, 2 riders dropped off the back of the group. So we are seeing a little bit of attrition here. Going to be interesting to watch some of the other races coming through this point and seeing whether the same thing has happened. Category 6 down to 16 riders, and look at that scrabble to get back into that group in the draft.
Now, don't forget, if you are watching this on YouTube and you put down some comments in the YouTube, don't forget that we do try to keep an eye on what's being said on there. We don't always manage that, but we do try and keep a check on that. We do have a look back all the way through after the racing as well. Lots of screens to watch simultaneously, particularly when we've got a busy course like we have here today with lots of riders. Category 5 approaching sprint number 2. Sprint number 1, it was Latriglia, Cansara, Jones, Schultz, Alza, and Giuliano, who are our point scorers with 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. The kick has gone on the front of the group. The wind-up has started here. You can see Timmons, Cohen, Benilla, Mongeli, and Almeida on your screens, but it's Alza who's leading out. The sprint leader at the moment is chasing here, and he's looking to go over the top. Goes through, uses the draft, uses the momentum to go over the top. Latriglia is going to make this 2 out of 2. Alzet's going to add to her 2 points she scored previously, and that will take her point score up to 6. I suspect Cansara Jones right in the mix at the very last moment there. Mongeli not far away either. So we're just going to wait for those points to be updated. It's Latriglia, Alzette, Cansara Jones, Mongeli, and Giuliano, who are our point scorers on the way through. It means it's now 10 points for Latriglia. It is 7 points for Cansara Jones, 6 for Alzette, 3 for Schultz, and 2 for Giuliano and Mongeli, respectively, in the overall sprint competition, with half of our sprints done in Category 6 and this category, Category 5.
Yeah, indeed. Category 5, you can see the stretch on the group at the moment. They're just starting to go past some of the Category 6 riders as well. At the 13.6 kilometre marker, they are 900 metres out from that sprint banner. This is the Category 4 pack. We had 32 riders in this group at last checkpoint, and it's look how wide they are across the road. It's a strong pace at the moment, 37 kilometres an hour, but you can see the riders that we're in with, the zones they're riding at fluctuating continually from zone 1 to zone 4, depending upon where they are in the pack. There's some very steady pacing going on there if you get your position correct. We've got everywhere from like 3.8 watts per kilo in that group to 1.7. Being in the draft, saving energy, absolutely key today, and it's a tricky thing to get right.
It is indeed a very, very tricky thing to get right. So make sure that you get the pacing correct. Make sure that you get this absolutely to perfection, to the line. The wind-up is started. Gina Van Rossum on your screens in person, as is Sabaral Ray. You can see the kick coming from these two riders. Johnson trying to respond as well here. But for me, this is now Van Rossum's potentially to lose. She's on the front here. She's got the pace. She's got the speed and gets that timing. Look at the speed. She goes Lam Kong. Another great late kick hit there. She's going to go through to take 4 points again. I think Van Rossum and Kong are going to be tied on 9 points at the top. We wait for the confirmed results. 5 points for Van Rossum, 4 points for Kong, 3 for Hyde, 2 for Ray, and 1 for Hill. And when you crunch the numbers together, at the moment, Hill is in 5th place overall with 2 points, Hyde in 4th place with 5, tied with our Ray. But the two leaders, Lam Kong, Gina Van Rossum, both on 9 points at the
Yes,
halfway
and
stage.
for those eagle-eyed amongst you, you'll notice that the Category 3 race field at the 14.8 kilometre marker has caught the Category 4 bunch. Category 3 are flying today, absolutely flying. Yaramillo picking up the points through that checkpoint. Horner, Vanenpart, Ramot and Walkenhurst taking the points. The green jersey still on the shoulders of Laura Vanenpart at the moment. 25 riders in that leading group in Category 3, now coming onto the back of the Category 4 pack.
In terms of that sprint overall, with Laura Vanenpart leading, the gap is only 1 point back to Sabrina Horner, who's been riding really strongly right on the front here. Very, very attentive. Horner in 2nd place with 7 points. Jaramillo with that great sprint there in 3rd place with 5. Let's move to Category 2, who are now on the way in. Remember, last time it was Eck, Field, Otto, Svarstrom and Brown. At the moment, we've got a move on the front. Serena Vittori looking to stretch this out. She's 8 seconds clear and should very easily take this. There's not enough room left for the bunch to close down to take maximum points here. So Serena Vittori opening up the gap here, opening up the throttles early, catching them potentially napping, and it's going to be about scrambling for the points that are left for the riders behind.
Yeah, interesting move from Vittori because she didn't take any points on the first sprint today. So putting her intention out there on sprint number 2 and picking up 5 points. Who gets the points behind is going to be really interesting and really important. Otto is absolutely dialing this with Eck and Svardström. Those 3 riders, it looks like, are going to come through for that sprint and the points. And that's what's going to be instrumental in that sprinters competition.
So 5 points for Vittori, 4 for Otto, 3 for Eck, 2 for Svardström, and 1 point for Marb. And that now means in the overall on the halfway sprint stage, Jenny Eck is leading with 8 points overall. Tennille Otto is in 2nd place, 1 point behind with 7. Serena Vittori, courtesy of that clear win, has 5 points and is in 3rd place. Tony Field is in 4th place with 4, tied with Anna Svarstrom, who also has 4. Brown and Marb tied in 6th place with 1 point. So at the moment, only 1 point separating the riders at the top of Category 2 at the halfway stage in terms of the sprints competition.
Well, Category 1 at the 13.3 kilometre mark are going to be the last race field through that 14.5 kilometre checkpoint. A little more sedate pace here in Category 1 than we saw in Category 2 and 3.
I was going to say, after that early animation that we saw...
They've settled.
Settled? They've set.
Settled. They'll get excited again and get moving.
It's
No,
just
it's
starting
not.
to see the odd kick move through. I think we've just seen a burst off the front here and run
From the
very
back
back to the front there. You just saw the rider dive through. Now comes the response. And Nicole Mayer is the rider who burst through that group, being chased here by Soap as McCarthy quickly onto the wheels. The sprint banner is in the distance here. Giovanni picking up the pace here. McCarthy holding the wheels. So is Kolczynski. And this is as much about not being dropped. That's why you're starting to see the big overall favourites that we see week in, week out. McCarthy's, the Guerras up at the front here. Mayer in the mix here. Van Shaw, though, sprint leader in that green skin suit on the front of this group. She doesn't want to give any points away. It was Van Shaw from Albo, Filensky, Gallegos and Bjarhead previously. Who's going to take it this time? Van Shaw still leading this out. She's having to do it the hard way. Valensky's starting to wind behind. Has Valensky got a timing right here? She's at 12 watts per kilo nearly. She's into 2nd place. She's going to move up on the shoulder. She came out of the draft. She's punching away to the line, but Fua's going to take it. Fua riding through strongly there. Great riding to take away that checkpoint prize. And will we see Fua continue to push to make this race hard? because we know she's such a strong rider. That is a very, very strong possibility.
It is indeed. And Catherine Furr picking up 5 points. Brigitte Walensky picking up 4. Van Shaw, the green skin suit wearer, going into that section, picking up 3. Kolchinsky, who did she was leading that out there, took 2 points, and Gallegos 1. What does that mean for the overall sprint competition? It means Van Shaw still holds the top spot with 8 points. Walensky close with 7. Fua coming in hot from behind with 5.
So Tomasi now doing the classic counter-punch move, the 1-2 over the top there. Tomasi now starting to make a move. Alberg, Gallegos, Tomasi and Coyston, the FCC Femcycle Collab Endorphin squad, who took away the overall win in the team's competition at the end of qualifier race number 1. Now up at the front here, instantly getting a response from McCarthy and Guerra. They don't want to let her go anywhere at all.
Yeah, and the stretch is on the group at the moment. We've got 2 riders off the back of that Category 1 pack, and we've got other riders in trouble. Ulberg, Bruni, Koisten, Tomasi, Guerra, Van Hooling are the riders at the front of the pack, but it's Ulberg and Bruni doing the work at the moment.
I'm really interested to see whether it's one of our sprint competitors, one of the people who've been going for those sprints, who've been distance here. I've not seen the green skin suit of Van Shaw in the leading group yet. I'm still looking to see who it is who's distanced off the back, but there's no green skin suit.
Walensky and Van Shaw.
They have, so the sprint effort, the push then over the top has done them damage. They've pushed them off the back. At the moment, the sprint competition is 8 points for Van Shaw, 7 for Walensky, 5 for Fua, 4 for Alberg, 3 for Gallegos, 2 points for Kolchinsky, and 1 point for Bjarhead. But we're only halfway.
Yeah, and if Van Shaw and Walensky don't get back in the group,
they're
no more points, that's it. It then comes down to Fua, Alberg, Gallegos, Kolchinsky, and Bjarhead. And at the moment, Nina Koisten, you can see her up and out the saddle, punching on those pedals, trying to stay with this pack, because Nicole Mayer, the rider from the Sweat Sensations, she's Catherine Fua's teammate, is now absolutely dialing this on the front.
Really good move there. That just push after push after push. You got to remember the really, really strong Sweat Sensations squad: Mel Bruni, Nicole Mayer, Catherine Furr, Gabby Guerra. I mean, they've got riders for all occasions there. You know, if you were talking about them as being a wardrobe of suits for every occasion, they've got it. They've got everything from, you know, that sort of sharp, quick kick to the longer distance race, you know, those key protagonists who kick out. Now, Alicia Lagos on our screens, and Emma, this is a course that we know. You know, history's proven it suits Gallegos.
It does indeed. She's got a great turn of speed. She's in the record book. She is one of only 2 winners on this course before. The other one of them, Mika Soderstrom, who's not been playing any part in that sprint competition.
No.
Gallegos will feel good here because she knows she can perform on this course. And she could well be eyeing up and trying to do the double. But, well, I find it very, very interesting that Soderstrom has not contended the sprints. One of the other riders we've not seen so far is Guerra. She's been very quiet in the pack as well. I think we could be seeing some quiet early tactics in Category 1.
I don't think you're wrong. I think there's some very tactical racing going on in Category 1, who are currently at the 17.5 kilometre marker of this 45.1 kilometre race. The riders who set off first were Category 6. They're still leading the race out overall. They're currently at the 22.3 kilometre mark. So they're basically about to hit the halfway marker on this race. So halfway through, you can see they're about to hit it as they go underneath this banner that will indicate the finish line when they come through at the end of the race. So they're back where they started. They've got to do it all over once again.
Let's go round again. Sorry.
I can't believe you just sang on commentary.
I know, I couldn't
Where
help
was
myself.
the mute button when I needed it? I don't know. Anyway.
Well, talking about anyway, Kristen Kolchinsky, it's a flat race course, and Kolchinsky, who we know is a phenomenal climber from the USA, is doing the business on the front and pushing the pace in Category 1.
Let's go to Category 2 before Emma sings again, because
it's
we're
not
in
happening again, don't worry.
Oh, thank goodness, my ears are already sore. So Category 2 on the way out towards the end of this lap. You can see, Ken, really, to me, this racing, it's either flat out, it's all on or it's off. And I often say that the hardest courses are not the ones that are raced the most tactically, or actually are, the hardest to race. They're hard to ride, but they're not necessarily hard to race. This is a real racer's course in some ways, but it's almost too easy.
Well, I don't. I beg to disagree. Because I
You
think
don't need to beg. You can just disagree. It's okay.
Okay, well, I disagree.
Good.
But I do think that because this is the third time the riders have raced this course, they've looked at it and they've gone straight to their teams. They've gone to their teams for conversation about how this is gonna play out. Look at that. Nicole Mayer is back on the front. The Sweat Sensations are just not having this today. They are absolutely going, we are not trundling to the finish. We are not bringing everybody into this sprint today. Nicole Mayer, Kristen Kolczynski from Ablock International, I think she's got the job of marking Mayer today.
Yes.
Mayer goes, Kolczynski goes. Mayer goes, Kolczynski goes. But these are team tactics. We talk about the team competition at the end of the month and we think everybody, aims for that. And yes, they do. But the teams also work during the qualifiers. And I think that's what we're seeing across the board today.
We are. And we know that Catherine Furry is a really strong sprinter, but she's not a pure sprinter like you would say Svarstrom would be or Valensky would be. And I think for me, they've kind of done job one. That push that went through at the end of the sprint, where Fua continued it onwards, and we saw the push from Mayer, etc. They've dropped Valensky, one of the key protagonists.
And
if it came to a
Van
massive bunch sprint, Van Shaw's proven. I didn't use her as an example because I don't think she's a pure sprinter. But they've distanced her, and that now means, for me, they've got two more riders potentially they need to lose in.
And who would that be?
I'm not saying that on air.
Well, because
just in case they're listening.
Because I think
no, I will.
No, I think that they've done job number one. Tick. Job number two is to ensure that their finisher, the rider that they've got targeted, and then to be honest, they'll have more than one rider targeted. Yeah. They'll have two riders targeted, and they'll put one rider on the lead out, and they'll put one rider on the sprint, and those two riders could both come over the line in the top three.
I'm not sure they have finished job one. Job one for me is not just when you've lost Valensky and Van Shaw. It's when you also need to lose out of this potentially Soderstrom.
That's not going to happen.
I can't imagine it will, but you never know. If you get the timing right, you certainly don't stop trying. And I would be taking Soderstrom out, and I would be trying to take Gallegos out as well if I was the Sweat Sensations.
I don't think that would happen either.
I think that's the heart. But
I think the teams will protect them. I think their teams will protect them. Kolczynski and Hermansen will protect Soderstrom.
I don't disagree they won't protect them, but what I'm saying is you don't stop trying.
Well,
if you have the opportunity,
okay, in which case I agree with you. They may keep trying. They may not succeed.
It may not succeed. We are agreed, finally. Put the date in your diaries, folks. We actually agreed on something complicated for once.
Well, Van Hove on the front of the pack, Van Hooling, Coinston in there as well. Mina Coinston, let's just talk about Mina Coinston for a moment, because she has been putting in some fabulous performances and she's just getting stronger and stronger. Brooke Samuel on your screen at the moment, who I can say has been out and about. Look at that, trail racing on 2 feet. She's on 2 wheels today, and Brooke may be feeling the pain, but she's here, she's doing the business, and she's riding strongly.
Yeah, and don't forget you can be on and part of the chat on the YouTube channel. Big thank you to Peter, one of our regular contributors to the chat, the live chat on YouTube. And of course, make sure that you hit that subscribe button, because it's really important. Make sure you subscribe, hit the numbers, tell your friends about it on YouTube, or of course on Twitch TV.
And follow our riders and racers, because what they do and what they get up to, not just in terms of cycling, we've got a number of multi-discipline, multi-sport athletes here. Really, really interesting. Well, the world champion at the moment putting the power down at 21.3 kilometres. And look who's on the wheel. Gabby Guerra marking Kate McCarthy today.
Yes, no real surprises there in some ways. It's a bit like you said, there was Kolczynski marking Mayer. You can almost guarantee that if McCarthy moves, you're going to see Guerra in a wheel tracks there, because she knows the danger of letting the world champion go. And McCarthy was looking like she's back to her best. She's been off our screens. We know she's recovering from that crash. But now back together again. I think the problem McCarthy has here is the rainbow jersey is a very easy indicator of where you are on this course. And I think
I'm not sure that's a problem for Kate McCarthy.
well, it doesn't make it any easier. It doesn't go. Oh, by the way, everybody knows who you are, where you are, and can mark you easier. Is a great thing. I think for me, what you've got is McCarthy marked there, and I think that's one of the reasons maybe you're not seeing Guerra going for all the sprint jerseys, because again, if you're just one yellow jersey amongst many, you're not a marked rider in like the green skin suit is or the world champions jersey is. It's that
Oh,
visual quick indicator when you're under pressure, the red mist down, you're looking at the screen, you see the green go, you see the rainbow bands go, you know you need to move.
well, Kate McCarthy is moving again, and having held that rainbow band jersey for 2 years in a row, well, I tell you, I'd be taking a lot of confidence from that if I was Kate McCarthy. Guerra doing the chasing at the moment, Francesca Tomasi closing the gap, and Nicole Mayer is there as well. Mina Koivunen and Van Heuling, but there's now a gap starting to form because McCarthy is the one really starting to motor here. She wants to get this race going again. It's been on, off this Category 1 race. And now it is Kate McCarthy who's decided we're going into the second of 2 laps. We've already done lap 1. We know exactly what is coming. Let's start winding this up now. Nicole Mayer again on the front. I tell you, at the moment in lap 1, Mayer for me is the she's the rider of the day so far.
Okay.
She gets my combativity award for lap 1. Who's going to get it for lap 2?
And don't worry, folks, there's no prizes that Emma's awarding.
No.
Not that I know of, anyway.
No.
There you go. That was a straight no from Emma. Whilst Emma's being decisive, not sat on the fence, let's go take a quick look into Category 2, right-hand side of your screen. As Category 1 are on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see at the moment, the two sets of riders are separated by only 600 metres on the road. Because whilst it has been relatively settled in Category 1, but we've seen those sporadic flurries, those sort of attacks that increase the pace, those little injections of pace. Category 2 are being steadily closed down. The leaders on the road at the moment are still Category 6, bottom right-hand side of your screen, with Category 5, the riders nearest to them, chasing at the moment. They're at 26.2k. So a bigger gap between these riders at the moment. It's just under 1 kilometre separating Category 5 from Category 6. Category 1, though, closing down quickly on Category 2. And when these groups come together, a quick reminder, if you've not been watching, or maybe you've just not been aware, the riders are able to draft each other, not just within their own category, but other race categories as well. So if they come together, you could potentially see all of those riders in there. And when you are drafting, because that draft differential can be great, it could be a 5, 10, 15% benefit to be in the draft. That can be the difference between being on the front and the back of the group, but it can also be the difference between being in a higher category and a lower category, which is why you see Category 6 riders able to stay with Category 5, or Category 2 to stay with Category 1, Category 4 with Category 3, and so on the flat. It's only when it goes up a big hill, up a gradient, that you tend to see the separation. And if you remember from the course profile, there ain't none of them.
There isn't, but if you look at the top right-hand corner of your screen, you've got the overhead shot at the moment, and on the Category 5 screen, you can see this big pack of riders on the right-hand side, not far behind, just 200 metres, 250 metres behind is the Category 3 leading group and Category 4 leading group, because Category 4 have caught Category 3. Category 5 are not far off. Now, let's just remember the next sprint checkpoint comes at 30.8 kilometres, and if this was me now in this race, I'd be thinking I've got a couple of kilometres left. We've got 3 groups that are likely to come together. And at that sprint checkpoint, the danger is you get dropped from your pack because of the confusion. You've got to manage your efforts, stay with your race field during that sprint effort. And we know it's those sprint efforts where riders are going off the back of the packs. When you start to get multiple race field groups, it's going to get more and more challenging. Anybody who's done a mixed class road race will know the feeling.
I do quite recently.
At least you can see here, given the jersey colour, which
Yes.
people are in your race.
Yes, that's definitely the case. I did my first road race for 25 years the other week. I know it was a long time,
Painful.
2.5 decades since I did. No, it's more than that. It's my last road race, my last race full stop outdoors. And we were in a mixed category group, and you had absolutely no clue who was in which category. You couldn't tell even by
Could you
looking
not
at
tell
how.
by the numbers?
No,
Quite often
no,
different
they were
colour
utterly
numbers.
random numbers, and you couldn't tell who was who, who was in what category. If you look at your screen, you'll see riders across all of our race categories, from category 1 to category 6 here, getting away from everybody. You can see everybody is here. We've just seen the MyWhoosh bottle from Alma Mongelli on your screen as well. Just make sure she's hydrated. But all our riders across all our different categories here, and at different stages in their racing and on the race route, responding, maybe recovering, maybe thinking about making a move, maybe just putting an attack in, maybe just coming into a little injection. You see a category 1 riders at the moment out the saddle.
Yeah, they're all up and out the saddle.
Guerra, suddenly you can see that kick. You'll see the response. They're constantly the same there as well. Category 2 riders together, category 4 riders together. And that's what we see. It's only once you see them actually on the road or on MyWhoosh with that visual indication of jerseys that you actually can then tell who's in the race. And it is easier on MyWhoosh. There's a number of things, of course, with the data that you get on MyWhoosh that you can use. The riders will be using not only the data from where they are in the nearby list, so that's the list at the moment with Nicole Mayer in 1, Gabby Guerra in 2, etc. But also they're going to be looking at the zones, how hard are riders working at this stage. Mayer working really hard on the front, just starting to ease it back off a little bit.
But they've dropped yet another rider off of the pack behind. It's working.
Yep.
It is. It's eliminating riders, and Nicole Mayer doing a phenomenal job today. You can see the world champion right on the front of the pack where she needs to be. Biarhead, Manson, Fua, Van Heuling, Sopers, all in that pack. But every single time we see an injection of pace off the front of a Category 1 race, riders are going off the back.
So the Category 1 race steadily, I'm going to use a very favourite word for a number of years, whittling down the size of the leading group in Category 1, chipping little pieces away to create something out of a small piece of wood. It's a small compact bunch, and it's even smaller and more compact than it started the day with in Category 1, our elite race field who set off last from our pens. In Category 6, we've also seen that process continue, because as Category 6 making their way in through, heading towards the next sprint.
1K out.
It steadily worked down. It was 16 riders in Category 1 as they came through the Al Wathba sprint. Last time around, they're going into the Al Wathba Lake sprint. This is our headwind sprint, and that's the thing to remember here. This is where the riders have that headwind, and who has learned from last time? Who got it right? Who got it wrong? Can they replicate it? And then add into the mix the fact that everybody else is doing whatever they want to do. That is going to change it all up again. So whatever you had planned, you're not going to necessarily be able to execute it, because it's going to change elsewhere. So it's going to be a case of get it right this time for this sprint, repeat again, get it right for the Al Wathba sprint, and then make that run to the finish a further just shy of 8K, well, just over 8K, 8.05 of a K to the finish line. So going to be really interesting, pretty equidistant really between our sort of last two sprint competition checkpoints and the finish as well.
Yes, it is indeed. And I'm just keeping an eye on how close the Category 5 pack are to the back of the Category 6 pack. They're going to have a clean sprint this time. Category 6, that is.
Category 3 and 4, I think, have got the momentum potentially and the potential to close this down in the sprint. You can see it's only a matter of mere meters between Category 3, Category 4 and Category 5, with Category 6, Limbago, wanting to open this up. Currently third in that sprint competition overall. She's had two third places, two sets of 3 points. Limbago leading this out. Smithson keeping the distance at the moment. Holman starting to win, but Georgina Jones in that green sprint leaders jersey, tied on points with Smithson now. Kicks what Smithson got. She goes up to 6.9 watts per kilo. Drops to 6.2, goes to 8. Another big kick from Smithson onto the wheels of Jones. Oh, that's going to be really close. That's a photo finish between Smithson and Jones, the two
Oh.
leaders. They were tied on 9 points coming in. Who is going to run away with it? I think Jones just
Yes.
had that.
Yes.
We're going to see
She has.
on our screens. Yeah, she certainly has confirmed on the screens. Emma, run us through those points.
Yeah, Georgina Jones takes 5, Smithson 4, Masciaretti 3, Lopes 2, and Hermansen picking up 1 point in that sprint keeps Georgina Jones in that competition. Category 5 coming to the line now, and Latrigla in green is the rider leading it out. Kansara Jones is looking to pick up points, but the Category 3 packer coming as well, and Horner is in the mix. Category 4 is there as well, and Lam Kong is looking to pick up those points from Gina Van Rossum.
So Category 5, that kick from the Triglia puts her into top spot, clear by 4 points now from Kansara Jones in second place overall, with Alzate currently in third place, tied with Schultz on points. So at the moment, it's the Triglia with a clear run over all but Kansara Jones. 4 points separating them, so the Triglia just needs really to score a point, and she's going to be taking that away. In Category 4, you can see Lam Kong took the sprint from Gina Van Rossum, and that gives Lam Kong a lead of 1 point over Gina Van Rossum, 14 points to 13. Nobody else in the mix for the overall win in that sprint competition. In Category 3, Horner scores 5 points at this sprint. That puts her into the lead. She's 1 point clear of Laura Weidenpaar with 11 points. And again, those are the only two riders now who can win that competition. Category 2 have yet to get to that sprint point.
Yes,
Fast
but I
and
can
furious.
tell you, we've now got categories 3, 4, and 5 leaders on the road in one large bunch. It's around 70 riders in that bunch. It will change when we get to the next sprint section, but technically, unless we start seeing attacks go off the front, which is highly likely, actually, it could be a massive mixed group sprint. I don't think it will be, but you just never know.
And there is, I think, just about enough course between here and the finish for you to separate somebody who's maybe 2 or 3 categories below you, but you're maybe not going to separate somebody who is 1 category below you, because the differential between drafting and not drafting and the categories are going to be too close in one category. But 2 or 3 categories below you, the ability, the power, the pace level is not going to necessarily be enough to keep people in, even with that draft advantage. Let's see what happens in categories 3, 4, 5, and 6. They're all very close together. Category 2 and Category 1 are relatively close together. Category 2 just ahead of the Category 1 race field, with Rachel Brown leading this sprint out. Simmons looking to keep in position here. Maybe a throw a rider into the mix here. Denton moves up. Otto and Eck, though, coming fast now. Denton in the right place here. She's going to be in the right place, I think, potentially to put a counter attack in here over the top. We know she's super strong. Will that be the tactic here? We're going to see Otto's going to go through to take away the maximum points. It was Eck from Otto, Vittori Field and Svarstrom the overall before they went into that sprint.
Otto, Nielsen, Eck, Denton and Brown pick up points this time.
And that means it's
Otto keeps it.
Yeah, by 1 point.
Eck is so close behind.
Yep.
Well, Category 1 are coming through that point right now. And Mika Soderstrom comes to the front of the race for the very first time. Catherine Fuhr, though, look at that move. There was 15 watts per kilo going through those pedals at that point in time to pick up those 5 points.
Real clear opportunity taken there by Catherine Fuhr. She took the 5 points. She was the person in the best position to benefit from the fact that Van Shaw had been distanced, Valensky had been distanced. They've got rid of sprinter after sprinter. It means now Fuhr in that green jersey with 2 points clear from Van Shaw and Valensky. Alberg then is on 4 points behind. I think mathematically it should be Fuhr as long as she can make it to the finish.
Well, 17 riders in that leading group in Category 1. Fuhr, Soderstrom, Bruni, Bjarhead, Koisnen, Van Heuling, Larson, McCarthy, Guerra, Van Hove, Sopers, Alberg, Hermansen, Tomasi, Banerjee, Kulczynski and Mayer.
What a group. And this is another
equally
is a group for very different but very similar reasons, because you can see we have got a real mix of jerseys. We've got the dark blue jerseys there of category 3. We've got the red jerseys of category 4. We've got the light blue jerseys of category 5. And we've got the purple jerseys of category 6. 4 sets of riders together. Emma, I'm hoping, is potentially going to have a number in this group. You said it was going to be likely to be about 70 riders.
Yeah, we've had riders drop off the back since all the groups came together at that sprint point. Sebra El Rey, one of the riders who'll be paying really close attention now. And this is all about concentration. She's got enough time to wave, but she's straight up and out of the saddle and making sure she's in the right place at the right time.
Yep.
37 kilometres is where the next sprint checkpoint is. Staying in this group, absolutely key. Gina De Grazia, look at that, closing down and pushing on because she needs to get back into the group. But Holweiler, Lopes, Santos, all, have been distanced from the group. So is Andalou. So riders being distanced from the group and another group forming behind. But we did have around 70 riders in this group when they came together, but they are not staying together. The pace that this group is moving, if you drop off the back of this group, even by 1 or 2 seconds, you are not getting back on.
And that's why you expect to see riders like Gina De Grazia, who's a very experienced racer, look to move up through here, because you don't want to get caught. It's not that you can't necessarily stay with the fastest riders. It's that you maybe get caught on the wrong side of a gap. Somebody else lets the wheel go, lets the gap go, and then you can't get back together again. You can't get in there. Well, it can
be. It can literally be. You take your eyes off the screen for a second, you look back up, and all of a sudden you're on the back of the group and not in the place you want to be.
And if a gap opens and it forms in front, the further up the field you are, the less likely the gap is to open in there between you and the front. It's really simple. Be up to the front third. Unfortunately, everybody knows that, and everybody wants to be there. It's not like you need sharp elbows to get there. You need the power, you need the pace, you need the ability level, you need to keep in the right place. You just see Gonzalez right at the
trying to keep cool,
trying to keep that temperature down at the moment. So Gonzalez definitely a rider to watch in this sprint that's coming up, but more importantly, I suspect for the overall sprint when we come into our finish, a real mix, categories 3, 4, 5 and 6 together. The riders you've been seen sprinting in the overall categories in their races so far are likely to be the riders who figure at that sprint finish when we get into the very end. But expect 1 or 2 people who've been keeping their powder dry, who've been maybe saving some energy to come out and take the win.
Category 1 on the left-hand side of your screen are now, well, it looks to me like it's 200 meters behind the leading group in category 2. It could well be that we see these 2 groups come together as well, and then it's category 6 clear, a big group on the road, followed by the group that is category 1 and category 2. It's going to be really strategic here, a lot of concentration required and a lot of thought from the teams out on the road. But in category 2, Bergin is on the front of the pack, Shanks is there, Wagner, Miros, Kiddle is there as well, Proust and Field. There's a number of riders who could go long, a number of riders who could wait till the final 100 meters to launch the sprint and take the win. Just looking at the finish at the moment, there's a slight tailwind on the run into the finish, about 2 kilometers out. Could well be a moment to attack.
It comes immediately after a little kicker as well. I think the detail is going to be really, really important.
Should we take a look?
Let's take a look at the race route and what the riders have in front of them as we see the first 4 categories on the road together, category 2 and 1 potentially coming together. So you can see that most of the categories at the moment are between the 3rd and 4th sprints, between that 30.85 mark and the 37.05 mark. But the part we're really focused on now is beyond there. It's into that last 5K, fast downhill run that's not really a big downhill, and it has a headwind. It's a slight headwind, but that should
keep the pack together.
It should. So you don't want to get distance there, because if you're off the back, you're not going to get back on necessarily, but not positioning is going to be key. But then you've got this little bit of a kicker. It's only what, 2 meters, 3 meters in terms of vertical height, but then you have that slight tailwind advantage on the run in, and then it turns to another little kick into the finish. Where would you be? So, Abby, you are, I don't think you'll mind me saying, you are our classic diesel. You can sustain the pace for such a long time,
I
really
normally
hard.
lead out
But
sprinters.
yeah. Where would you, if you were looking to take victory as a diesel, where would you be going?
Oh my gosh. I would not want to be in such a long group. I'd want to be making a break. I'd be working with my team to establish a break, but it's going to be so hard. It is really tricky. On that downhill with the headwind, it's going to be hard work. You don't want to be on the front of the pack at the time. You don't want to try and make a breakaway there because the pack will just come and catch you. The short, sharp kicker, I'm not sure it's going to be hard enough. I think I'd probably have to use my head and say, do you know what? Just stay in the pack and try for a finish.
Okay. So our riders on the screen in Category 1, making the way through. Category 1, it is Mina Koivunen and Francesca Tomasi on your screens at the moment. And you can see Koivunen out of the saddle here. They've caught a number of the riders. In fact, they've caught the whole bunch of the Category 2 leading group here. So Category 2 at the moment, very much about responding here. They've got Otto Gosilander right up the front there with Vittori. Velt is there as well. Everybody wants to stay at pace. This is really, really key. They need to make sure they hold position. Don't get distance. Don't get mixed up. Don't let a gap go because you're holding the wrong wheel. You can see the pace really has picked up 49 kilometers an hour at the moment going around that turn. Now down to 47, but it's not going to ease anytime soon, I don't think, because this is a key moment in the race.
It is indeed, and they're trying to make the riders go off the back of the pack, and there's a frantic scrabble at the moment in both Category 2 and Category 1 to make the move and get in the bunch. Fua, Velt, Haag, Soderstrom are all at the front of the pack, and so is Kate McCarthy. This is about, have you made the selection at the 36.1 kilometre marker? The pack, however, they've got to keep that pace high on the front or everybody will come back into the fold.
So Category 1 and 2 leaders on the left-hand side of your screen. Category 3, 4, 5, and just looking to see if there are any. There are some 6 riders left in there. They're fighting for the wheels just to stay in. You can see this little section, this fast run down here at the moment, the 38 kilometer mark, really has tested these riders. Let's just round up our sprints for you across the groups because the riders have gone through that 37 kilometer marker for the sprint category. The riders are making their way up here. So it is. Let's do some quick wrap-ups very quickly once we've got the Category 2 and 1 through the sprint market here. Category 2 sprint to Neil Otto looking to lead this out. She's got the gap. It's 1 point to Eck. It looks like she's got the jump on Eck. This is Otto making sure that sprint jersey stays on her shoulders. She's done so. She goes through. She'll be taking away the 5 points behind. Interestingly, Merle Bruni taking the points. This was Fua from Van Shore, Valensky, Elberg, and Soderstrom.
But Bruni leading Fua out.
Yes.
Just collapse their names together.
You did, because the two were very close together there. But it does mean that Bruni moves up into third place overall, tied on points with Van Shore.
But ensures Catherine Fua the win.
It guarantees that win for Fua. So Catherine Fua taking the win, 14 points, well clear of the riders behind who are on 8 in Category 1. In Category 2, Neil Otto finishing up. It was only 1 point the gap. The gap now, it's opened right up here. It's now at 6 points, with the maximum points being scored by Otto in Category 2 and no points being scored by Jenny Eck, who is the rider in second place. Category 3, Laura Weinenpaar tied on points with Sabrina Horner. Weinenpaar taking away the green jersey from Horner, courtesy of that first win in the race at that first sprint. Lam Kong tied on points with Gina Van Rossum at the end of the way through the sprints, all 4 sprints. So Category 4, Van Rossum and Kong, what a battle. They're tied together at the top of the points. Hong Kong at the top of the standings, courtesy of that win in the first sprint. That first sprint really key. Take the win in the first sprint, you can really set the green jersey.
Yes, but only if you're there at the end.
Yes, you've got to be there at the end. But if it's a
number
points at
of
the
those
end,
riders never stayed in the group.
they didn't, but tied at the top when you're tied on points, so critical, isn't it? You've got to be you need to be in at the start, you need to be in at the end. Category 5, Latriglia, 20 points to Kansara Jones, 11 in Category 5. And in Category 6, Georgina Jones and Liz Smithson tied on points at the end of that race. I don't think we've ever had so many sprint categories tied on points overall as they run into the finish. Now, Emma and I are going to be debating here about whose turn it is to take the lead on the race finish here. I think we might have to draw straws here. Do you fancy calling a 4-category sprint, Emma? Dum.
Always.
Was that you volunteering there?
Not an issue at all. Gotta love it.
No.
Oh, come on, look at the competition. It is absolutely lining up. 4.5 kilometres to the finish on the right-hand side of the screen at the moment, and the packs are rolling together.
I do think it's your sprint turn, I
Probably
have to say.
Looking forward to it already, I tell you. The Category 1 and 2 race, also on the left-hand side of your screen, Guerra, Soderstrom, Tomasi, Velt, Kulczynski. The Category 1 riders now lining up towards the front of that pack, Catherine Fuhr in the green jersey. She's got to fancy her chances today. The power that is coming out of Fuhr at the moment. She is such a strong rider. It's fabulous to see. Velt is at the front of the pack as well, the Category 2 rider in the mix. Look at those Category 2 riders as well. They are riding and racing so strongly today. Paulson, Simmons, Miros, Stewart, all in there at the front of that race. Penner is in there as well. Never discount Tiffany Penner.
She's
Holly
been very
Bergin
quiet
as well. She's had a top 5 on this course, and when you know you've been in the mix before, you believe you can be in the mix again.
And quite rightly so. I think the one thing for me that's very telling, though, we have our green jerseys in there, and you have a reasonable amount of recovery. The green skin suits of sprint winners. Generally, you earn those on the way through. So we'll see how that goes. Will we see the likes of Hayley Simmons leading out and Stewart leading out their riders? Will they be going for the sprint themselves? Can they go for a long? Do an Ekimov, if you're old enough to remember, of Vlatislav Ekimov. That is going long for the finish rider who really characterised by going long with a K to go.
Well, and we see it work, don't we? 2K, 1K to go. We see it working time and time again on the Sunday Race Club. You've got to get your timing right. You've got to anticipate that the pack are going to play cat and mouse behind and that no one's going to chase. And that when they do get themselves organised and they do start working, it's too late. Simmons at the moment pushing on strongly. Kulczynski. Tell you, Kristen Kulczynski's done some great work out there today for Ablock International.
Yeah, she really has been riding on a course that wouldn't necessarily everybody would think would suit her. She really has been putting in those hard kilometres, doing the work, chasing down the grooves, chasing down the gas. And she really has been riding. I think her performance has been improving again on the race. And I think it's just a case of waiting maybe until we go on to next week's race route for the women, where I think it's Kulczynski territory for the finish.
The other strategy here in Category 2 is to just continue responding to Category 1 and bank on the fact that it's the Category 2 riders who are going to be in trouble first. So that Category 2 pack is going to get smaller. So responding to the Category 1 moves is a great strategy. Some of the Category 2 riders going off the back indeed. But at some point, the Category 1 race is going to light up. They are going to want to go clear of the Category 2 riders, or will they? You know what? Anything could happen today.
Pretty much can't disagree with that at all. So at the moment, you can see on your screens are 2 leading groups, because these 2 screens give you all of our race leaders in 2 screens, quite literally. Right hand side of your screen, the leaders of categories 3, 4, 5, and 6. There's designated by those different coloured jerseys. On the left-hand side of your screens, you can see that we have the green and the yellow of Category 2 and Category 1. as we run in, the pace is picking up quite wisely. We're starting to see them go more into colour order here. So we're starting to see more category 3 at the front of this group. Just got one rider in category 6 just holding in position. I think it's a really smart move. If you're category 6 and you're in this leading group, you've got potential to open a gap. If any of your competitors have been distanced, or all your competitors have been distanced, you're in a good position. Liz Smithson is in that group. I was just taking a little look.
She's got a turn of speed. We know she's a really strong sprinter. And
I'm looking to see if she's got any competition.
But it's those sprint legs that would have kept her in the group.
Yeah, that kick to go in. And I think she's potentially going to run clear here for a big gap on everybody else, because I can't see another category 6 jersey in the mix. And Smith, that's a great move by Smith. And the kick to stay with that group was well used, well timed.
Well, you've got to have two skills to stay in the group. One is the ability to find and stay in the draft. And other is the turn of legs, that sprint speed to get yourself out of trouble when you find yourself in it.
Yep. We'll take a little bit of a look at all these categories individually at the end of the show. So just a quick reminder, if you just rejoin us maybe after a little bit of a break, at the end of the show, we will run through the overall riders as they come in through the finish, those top 20 riders. And then, where we normally would have ended the show, we're going to keep going. And we will be breaking down the categories, category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, top 10s in each of those. And we'll be taking us through that, and also a little bit of chat regarding next week's women's race and the men's race that is to follow. So stay with us when we get to the end of the show. We'll be reviewing whether Ruchi Reese has been able to figure in our top contenders as we go in over the line. She's in the right place at the right time in the leading group at the moment. What will play out? Well, you'll need to be with us. Quick reminder, the race finished today, 45.1 kilometres.
1.3k to go.
Glad you did the maths.
Well, Angel Hadlock is in the group as well, and Hadlock's also got a great turn of speed and a really good tactical head as well. Embring is in there as well. Anna Embring's got a great turn of speed in category 3, but it is all going to be about what tactics unfold now in the final 900 metres. This is the pack running in.
So this is the leading groups in category 3, 4, 5, and our leader in category 6. The wind-up has started early here today. Now, they've done this twice already. So this is the second time they've been here for the start. They've been here for the end of lap 1. This is the end of lap 2. This is the race finish. They're on their way in. The wind-up, the pace is here. Who can make a break? Can they separate? Can they shed riders? Big kick from Horner on the front here. Gonzalez Rua is looking cool, calm and collected.
She is indeed. Gonzalez Rua is winding it up. Sabrina Horner is leading it out. Natalia Idzik in category 4 is coming in fast as well. Laura Vanenpar is now starting to motor, as well as Helen McKay. McKay is now on the front. Marie-Pierre Berard, the Canadian sprinter, goes into the lead with, 350 metres to go. Gonzalez Rua, has she got another kick? Amy Bradley is coming through as well. It is going to be a big push in category 3. The banner is coming. Idzik is holding category 4 at the moment. Johnson is coming in category 4, but Gonzalez Rua is looking like she's going to take the win today in category 3 today. Gonzalez Rua takes the win in category 3. Nina Dowling, I think, takes the win in category 4. What a move there. And in category 5, and it is just fast and furious. Category 3, Gonzalez Rua takes the win from McKay, Hadlock, Bradley and Berard. Category 4, it was Dowling from Pamplona, from Johnson, from Idzik, from Al Ray. Category 5, it was Alzat from Goodall, from Bray, Latrigler and Knowles.
So those are the riders that come on our screens. All these results are live as category 1 and 2 now start lining up for their race finish here.
They do indeed, but let's just check Liz Smithson, because in category 6, she took the win. She was in that bunch and she did the business. Well, category 2 and category 1 lining this up at the moment, and we're in with Catherine Fua. She's wearing that green skin suit of the sprint winner in category 1. There is coming up 600 meters to go as the lead out trains start to work here. Category 1 starting to wind this up on the front. McCarthy's in the mix. Well, she's in the rainbow bands. She's about 2/3 of the way back in the group. Category 2, where the riders pushing on here. We've got McCarthy, Fua, Guerra and Tomasi on your screens at the moment, and Tomasi is pushing. Tomasi's going out long. What do you do if you're more of a diesel engine? You go out long, you go out hard. Tomasi is doing doing that, and it's Tennille Otto, the Category 2 rider, who's pushing on behind. McCarthy now comes at 13.5 watts per kilo. Kate McCarthy wants this. Mika Soderstrom, she's leading out Mika. Oh, Kate McCarthy leads out Mika Soderstrom. Catherine Fuhr is in the mix as well. That was fast and furious. McCarthy, I think, no. Catherine Fuhr takes the win from Kate McCarthy, from Mika Soderstrom to Massey and Van Hooling, rounding out the top 5. What a move. Catherine Fuhr's powers in business.
I tell you something, that was so close. Catherine Fuhr comes through 1 hour, 7 minutes, 5 seconds, 0.259, and at 0.262, so 0.003 of a second behind, was Kate McCarthy, the world champion, and at 0.305 was Mika Soderstrom. And we are talking nothing separating these riders over the line. From McCarthy, Soderstrom to Massey and Hewling. I got to say, great kick from to Massey. I mean, she went early. She held a high power. You could see the effort from the riders behind, pushing to come in and over the line to try and take that sprint win. And at the end, to Massey coming inside that top 5 on a sprint, somebody who we know is a great climber. Brilliant result. But Catherine Fuhr, well, she adds to her tally of wins on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Brilliant to see that riding here today. And it means that she is now on 92 podiums on the way through. And Catherine Fuhr has had 36 or 37 wins now, I think.
Well, and let's just say congratulations to Camilla Miros as well, taking the win in Category 2, ahead of the sprint winner Tennille Otto. Dana Wagner in the mix, as well as Sarah Roach as well.
All those results available along with the individual results on MyWhoosh.com. You can go to the main menu for the race results, go to results, go to Sunday Race Club. They're unofficial until stamped otherwise, and all the verification and checks are done. You can go to MyWhoosh info. I'll get my words out right. You can go to MyWhooshInfo.com for lots of detail as well across the race categories. You can go to the Sunday Race Club Hall of Fame for the most podiums. Currently, Michael Knudsen at 99. You can see I'm just going to keep a quick check. The most climbs competitions, that's held by McCarthy at the moment, and the most sprints by Ruben Dont. But so much great information on there. Let's run through our race categories, though, individually on the way through from category to category, because that is going to give us a real snapshot on what was a very frantic finish. Liz Smithson, well clear at the front of that race. Her kick there, brilliant tactics, and it kept her clear of Georgina Jones, who she'd been battling in those sprints for that sprint competition.
Yeah, 45 seconds clear at the end, and that was all about Smithson's positioning. She managed to stay in that group when the Category 6-pack got caught. She used that skill set, the tools in that back pocket, the sprint and the positioning were absolutely key for Smithson today. 45 seconds clear of Jones, Hermansen, Masciaretti and Al-Mansouri. Great ride from Musa Al-Mansouri as well to be in the mix there. Jessica Hamilton, we knew she'd be there or thereabouts today. This is her type of course. Zabala, Jaskalainen, Giraldo. And for me, look at that. Fanucci Sarasu in the top 10. We normally assume she's a great climber because she is. So to be in the mix today, great race from her.
So great to see the results on Category 6. Don't forget all those results available on MyWhoosh.com and MyWhooshInfo.com as our Category 5. Carolina Alzak coming through to take away that race win. Latriglia unable to repeat that final sprint win that she needed to take the overall victory, but takes away that sprint competition here today. Hannah Goodall again, right up. The Goodall is showing different courses seem to make no difference. She's in the mix.
She's a strong rider and a strong racer, and you can see there from the top 10, it was very, very close. 3 seconds separating those riders. Alzak, Goodall, Brawl. Latriglia in that green skin suit, she won that sprint competition, but not quite in the mix at the end. Knowles again. Alexandra Knowles is having great racing at the moment. She really is there or thereabouts, week in, week out.
it's a real steady progression, which means that she's likely to stay there for a long time. If you can't walk quick, you go down quick. At the moment, she's taken the time to progress and move up, and now she's staying there, which is brilliant to see and really is showing. Let's take a look across from category 6 and 5 to category 4, the next step up the ladder, with Nina Dowling taking the winner. She came in across the line ahead of Pamplona Johnson, and regular sprint winner Natalia Ridzik, along with contender Sebra Ray. That is a great result for Dowling.
Yeah, it is indeed. And we saw Idzik leading that Category 4 race out in the mix with the other race fields. And Dowling, Pamplona and Johnson coming through a little bit later. Idzik being shuffled down to 4th today. Al Ray, we saw her there and thereabouts in all of the sprints today. Catherine Montoya, another great finish from her today, and Sophie Manhout. Just look how close those riders are. That top 10, it is just over a second. They were in the pack, in the mix, and Geneva Ellos rounding out that top 10 today.
Super close, super tight. Very interesting to see. Now let's go to category 3 from category 4, because category 3, it's such a close force race. We saw Gonzalez Ruhr there go take the win. We saw it in person, the effort there. And I thought what was really impressive that she not only got the timing right, but the power that she held for so long. I can't wait to dive into the stats on MyWhoosh Info and look at that, see how close to a personal best in terms of power that is, because it's got to be close. McCain second, Hadlock right up there in 3rd place, and Marie-Pierre Berard with a top 5. Another good ride by her. Great ride.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant ride from Berard today. We know she's got a great turn of speed, but she has just recently come up into the category.
Yeah.
Anne-Marie Lip doing a great ride too. Anne Embring, Jen Reel in there, Ramett in there as well. And not far behind Ramett, it was again still really, really close.
It was very close timings, as we'd expect on this course. Let's move to category 2 and 1, because these two categories came in together. First of all, category 2. Camilla Moroz shown she has that killer instinct and that killer sprint when it comes to the finish. Moroz coming in ahead of Tania Lotto, who takes the sprint jersey overall. That was so close for, and then in the end, Tania Lotto taking that jersey. Moroz, though, we didn't see her in those sprints on the way through, but come the finish, cometh the rider.
I know, it was just an amazing finish. A 28 up sprint in category 2 today. And Miroz coming through to take the win ahead of Otto, who takes away that green sprinter's jersey. Wagner putting in a great ride as well. Roach, Penner, Shanks. We were talking about Heather Shanks earlier on, and we did ask her the question online whether she liked a sprint as opposed to a climb, and she gave us a maybe. Well, maybe is the name of the game today, because she did great work at that finish today, coming in 6th place. Velner, Goslander, Paulson and Svanstrom rounding out the top 10, but not more than 2 seconds separating 25 riders in category 2.
Brilliant seeing all top 10 riders in category 2. They're all proven winners in their own right, taking the top 10. We know these riders are absolute class in category 1, every single one of them in that race field there by right. And a fantastic win for Catherine Fuhr, taking her tally up further. Well over 200 rides on MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, 202 I think today for Catherine Fuhr. Brilliant race result from her. That power, that progression that we've seen from her, she showed it all the way through. Really smart riding, taking the sprint win as well as taking the overall win, shows that you are not just good for one kit, you are good all race, and she was phenomenal today.
Yeah, she was. She just got everything right today. The recovery into the race, the performance in the race, the positioning, the tactics, the power, absolutely everything. We know she is such a strong rider, and that she's got a phenomenal kick on her. Kate McCarthy is another rider with a great kick, and Kate McCarthy, we often associate the world champion with her climbing ability, but she is not a one-trick pony at all. She is absolutely strong in the sprints as well as the climbs, and she went head-to-head. Fuhr picking that win today. Soderstrom coming through for 3rd. Tomasi, let's not forget Francesca Tomasi. She led that out. She is not afraid of anything or anyone. She takes the racing to them. And one of the riders not on that list, who I do want to mention, is Nicole Mayer, because that was one massive ride from Nicole Mayer in category 1 today to set that race up. She, for me, is one of the riders of the race today.
Definitely so. I think Nicole Mayer taking Emma's Combativity Award in lap 1 and 2, if Emma was able to award one. We do want to remind you all of these prizes and all these wins. The full prize list is available on MyWhoosh.com. Go to the events page, go to the General Sunday Race Club page rather than the individual one for qualifiers or for the finals for the men or the women. Go to the general one on the events page, and you can go down there. You can download the latest rule set, which is really important if you are racing and riding, particularly with the new announcement that from next week we will have additional checks on our riders as well as on the equipment and their performances as part of the process. If you've been following at MyWhoosh on social media, you will see the news has been out there and across a lot of the cycling media, really positively received, and got to say, really good step. Just continue showing that Sunday Race Club really is setting the standard across cycling esports, and MyWhoosh is there leading that with really groundbreaking moves that really will change the sport completely. Fantastic to see. So a really welcome addition. I've got to say, if you're online, don't forget, you can follow Emma. It's at biking_Emma on Instagram. You can follow me at Matt Fixer Payne. You can follow MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh on Instagram and Facebook. Make sure you go on there for news of all the latest updates. So whether that is the Apex Racing League that is coming up in the forthcoming week, whether it's our Masters Racing, lots of great racing on there, whether you're going to be riding the Cycling Esports League, which is going to the Mompox City. It's going to be a scratch race, so basically first cross line, a bit like Sunday Race Club. 26.8 kilometres of racing, 44 metres of ascent in Mompox City. That's on the 12th of May. And then we are going to, of course, go forward. Emma, we're going to be moving onwards to our next race, which we're going to Bhutan for the men's race, but we're going to Bhutan for the women's race next week in qualifier race number 3. And it's a mountaintop, hilltop finish. A mountaintop. I call that a mountain.
Bhutan is mountains. Yeah. Absolutely, definitely. They are so steep out there in Bhutan. The men indeed are up next. They are on the Bhutan course this week. The women head to Bhutan next week. It could be very, very different than what we've just seen today. So make sure you check out the course, Bhutan Dragons Fury race route for next week for the women, 36.8k, 507 metres of ascent. A lot of that coming at the last time. 3 climb checkpoints, unlike today where it was all about the sprinting. So do make sure you join us. Make sure, of course, that you subscribe. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube or on Twitch TV. Make sure that you get notified when we go live. Your support really does count. It really does help us bring the shows to you. So thank you very much if you're already a subscriber or you're already spreading the word about the Sunday Race Club. It's time for you, for us, and for our riders to take a little bit of a break, unless there are men who should be warming up ready for their race, which is coming up next. Emma, predicting 3 words. 3 words. You've only got 3 little words. The racing to come on the men's race. Hard. Hilly. Harrowing. 3 H's from M. We'll see whether or not it's a big tick or whether Emma's prediction goes wrong. I think it's going to be very, very right indeed. I can't disagree with that at all. See if Emma's prediction is right. Let's see what happens in our races. Join us when we are back. In the meantime, we'll leave you with some of the highlights from today's women's race. From me, Matt Payne, and from Emma Martin. Stay safe. We will be back soon with our men's race. Till then, goodbye.
So hello and welcome back to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. If you were watching earlier on, if you weren't watching, do have a watch back after you've watched this race because it was a really exciting race and a particularly frantic finish. I don't think I'm giving any spoilers away by saying that as we were in our women's race. We're going into the men's race, and before I go any further, I just want to say heal well to all of those riders on the UAE XRG team who have had issues at the Giro, one of my favourite races of the year. The Giro does the road, and I know a number of the teams, a number of those riders who've been part of the MyWhoosh story, and the team that's part of the MyWhoosh story have been needing some TLC. So best wishes to them to heal fast. Now, let's go on to the course today, which is almost as many hills as the Giro has. The Giro has climbs. It's certainly got as many climbs as the Giro has weeks, which is 3. Emma, great racing in the women's race. I know you really love that, and you've been analysing the results there. Let's look forward to the men's race pretty much straight away here. And the reason I'm going to do that is there's so much to unpack. This is a multi-lapped, big climbing, potentially big time gap race with close race starts at 2.5 minutes. It could shake things up.
Oh yes, this is going to be it's going to be a classic race, pretty much like the women's was, but in a very different way. So I have done some math today, and I reckon out the 6 race starts, bearing in mind Cat 6 goes first, 2.5 minute gap, Cat 5, Cat 4, 2.5 minutes all the way through to Cat 1, leaving the pen. Cat 1 should be the first riders over the line today by 12 minutes.
Oh, 12?
From category 6. Obviously, Cat 2, 3, 4 and 5 finishing in between them. So we should have, well, a little different to the women's race today. We should have clear finishes today from the men's race. But it's going to be really, really interesting out there in Bhutan. Last week, let's not forget, Vink took the win. He went clear in that men's Cat 1's race to win by 19 seconds from Ollie Jones. Ollie Jones is on form at the moment. So is Michael Vink. Jason Osborne, I think, should be back in the race today, which is going to make it very, very interesting. Vink beat Osborne last time we were here by a handful of seconds. Last week, Cat 2, Cat 4 and Cat 5, we saw sprint finishes.
Yes.
I'm wondering how many close finishes we're going to see today.
I don't think... My prediction is this is going to really break up because of the scale, the steepness of the climbs. This is in Bhutan. Don't forget you can join in the racing. Jump on board to download the app on iOS, on Android, or on Windows. Wherever you jump on board, though, do come and join us. And, of course, do make sure you hit subscribe, like, follow on YouTube or on Twitch TV to join Emma and myself and all the team at MyWhoosh whenever MyWhoosh goes live. It's time for us to head in to our men's race, qualifier race number 2 on the Sunday Race Club. MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, qualifier race number 2 for May, the 5th month of the year, the second qualifier of that month. And I think we're going to see royal fireworks on today's race route. This is a world that is full of steep roads and amazing scenery. And whether you've got your race hat on or you've got your Bhutan beanie, you know that today you are going to need absolutely everything you've got to take on the course here today.
It is going to be a cracker. 55.5 kilometres of racing, 1,018 metres of climbing. Well, you come out of the start pen, very short flat section before you go downhill. 3 climbs, that's 3 times up the Dragon's Fury climb. 5 kilometres of climbing for the first 2 ascents. Oh, no, sorry, it's not 3. You're right, Matt. Matt just gave me a very strange look over the studio. It's because it's a different climb at the end. Just need to put my glasses on. But at the moment, the first 2 ascents of Dragon's Fury, you can see it's a step climb, 2 steps there. They come down the other side through the sprint section, 2 sprints today, but you've got to get over the climb to take that sprinters competition. They then transition through to the 51.1 kilometre mark. And yep, that final climb, the average gradient is 6.1%. It is the steepest climb of the day. And I've just taken another look. There's a headwind on that climb as well, just to make the finale more tricky.
Indeed, I've got to say, it's one of those courses that I think is really easy to catch out riders because of the way that the profile is. You've got a little bit of a break going up to the top of the Dragon's Fury climb, but when you go into the Trongsa Crescent climb, it's unrelenting. The tiny little gaps in there, it's going to be very, very tough. The hardest climb is at the end, whether you're in category 6 right the way through to category 1. Now, we have 29 teams on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club here with 6 teams in category 6 here today. One team of 5 for the Cycling District 6 team. So it'll be very interesting to see how they go on today on today's course. Not a course that lends itself to team tactics, though.
No, 68 riders on the start sheet today. The course record is 1 hour 43 minutes in category 6. Smithson took the win last week. Will he do the same again today? Very different course profile.
Category 5, the first step up from category 6. BMC Get Racing took away the team win in our team competition. Of course, no prizes until we get to the finals in that team competition, but always great bragging rights with Marius Fossier, the race winner, leading them home.
Yes. Category 5, 62 riders on the start sheets today, and it was Fossier from Cadabona, Kendall, Thuft and Motmans, 3 seconds separating the top 10 last week. That was, of course, on the Vessel Rock course. Bhutan is going to be a little different.
It will be. Same team, though, taking the win in category 4 as category 5. BMC Racing once again doing the business.
Yes, the course record, 1:33, set by Milan Termerton back in February on this Bhutan course. We've only been once here before. That day, Mika Rusamaki from Ride Club Finland did a sterling ride. I think he could be thinking he could go well again today.
So moving from category 4 to category 3, the first step up. Level Racing took category 6. It was BMC who took category 5, category 4, and BMC Racing took away the team prize in category 3 as well.
Yes, 57 riders on the start sheets today in category 3. Last week, Fell, Schledek, Quiroz, Yannicki and Friedek took the top 5 positions. Jan Yazbek took the win here in February. He is in category 2 now, but that winning time of 90 minutes. Oh, it's going to be very close to see whether that category 3 course record can be beaten.
Category 2 sees the return in terms of teams as one of our teams at Nemesis, because Beast Mode and Friends, although they took the win last time out ahead of the Hitmen, they'll all be aware that the UAE Clan team now has 3 riders on its squad this week with the return of Pablo Popovich. So it does mean that that team will be out looking for big hits here today in Category 2.
Yes, category 2, 68 riders on the start sheets. It's a big race field, and I think there's a lot of riders who are going to be looking forward to this course today. Last week, Kalman took the win from Boulanger, Mendakowicz, Stewart's, and X100. Anders Bengtsson went well here last time we were on this course. Keep your eyes peeled for him.
And let's go to category 1, the top of the tree, the elite riders here today. Last time out, Boss Moves Only were led to the team win by Michael Vink, backed up by Michael Nussen and Said Safrazadi. But will today see the return of Osborne?
Oh, there's a good question. It could well do. Vink took that win, but he also took the win in the February final, which was when we were on this course last time by 18 seconds from Jason Osborne. One of the riders who went really well on this course last time was Lyndon Milostic, the young rider from Australia. He had his first top 5 on the Sunday Race Club on this course. Well, it's snowing in Bhutan at the moment, cold and chilly, but the riders down on the start pen are nice and warm because the warm-ups have been complete.
They have. It's time for Category 6 to head out onto race route. It's time to go racing, including last week's race winner, Matt Smithson, who took his win on the Sunday Race Club last week. Will he be there? He was ahead of Vincent Kedrion and Mikael Lalowitz. They were the top 3 in Category 6. As the snow falls in Bhutan, our riders already scorching the way up the road, doing their best to melt a path for the categories that will follow.
Well, Sebs are on your screen at the moment, resplendent in the Italia jersey. Matt's giving you a round of
Brilliant,
applause in the
love
studio.
it. The Giro pink, the Maglia Rosa.
on on form, on style, and Corbani on the front here. Sebsa on third wheel because this is a fast start into the descent. They're picking up momentum, picking up pace, and trying to stretch the group really early on here. For the descent, there's not a lot of, well, there is a lot of descent on this course because what goes up must come down. But the start here, a really interesting one. 500 meters of flat, then we go down.
Fortunately, Emma didn't sing that song lyric as she did on the women's race. If you do want to
I
catch
won't be
Emma
getting
singing,
a record deal.
go. No, you're not wrong there. If you want to catch Emma singing, you do have to watch the women's show. In with Antti Javonen, whose paint cave often resembles plenty of karaoke. It's great to see Antti on our screens here in category 6. Already got the time to wave as he makes his way down here as part of the front of this race that really is stringing out. From this race start, it's very fast
Can
downhill.
I just say, I'm loving the pictures on the wall, and I'm loving the fact that people do have those inspiration walls, I like to call them, in their pain caves, where the pictures are up, the medals are out, the memorabilia is there. Really gives you inspiration every time you step into that pain cave.
So our riders in category 6 went the way out. We're just in with Theato at the moment. You can just see keeping that rhythm tapped out here. Good to see our finisher rider at the moment, nicely nestled into this group. We'll see what he can do today on this course.
Wow. Look at that. 1.7k into this race. We're split into two groups already.
That descent is so hard. The pace, you've got to be at. This is some race routes you can get away with a slow start. This is not one of them. Category 6 on the way already, nearly 2 kilometers into this race. Category 5, our next group of riders about to leave the race, start to leave those pens. The race last week led home by Marius Fossier, who led the BMC Get Racing team home, as I said, ahead of Canapona and Kendall. This really, for me, this start here, you can see top right-hand side of your screen, the red line dropping down, making sure that you are in that group before the leading riders, the front of the pack, go into that descent. You've got to be in the wheels.
You do have to be in the wheels, and you really want to be in the draft as well. Justin Roy out front on the screen. Junior Pens on our screens at the moment. Again, beautiful resplendent in that MyWhoosh Championships jersey at the moment on the bike, and in the mix on fifth wheel at the moment, exactly where he needs to be. It's one of those things, isn't it? The start on the Sunday Race Club. You have to have your warm-up complete. You then have the start of the race. Some riders they look at the start of a race and they'll go, I'm not sure they did it today, but they look at the start of the race and go, well, actually, I can warm up in the first 5K. And they get on the bike and they get on the start line. Not a great move.
No, definitely not. We've seen a number of riders with some distance now between themselves and this leading group. The ferocious pace out of the start, a real indicator of what is to come, because it is a tailwind down into the descent.
This rider will love today's course.
Yes, I think Christian Kozanski is a rider who today will have been rubbing his hands in glee, not to keep warm, but in glee.
Yes, absolutely. He really is a great, great climber, and he really will look forward to this course today.
Yeah, Christian Kozanski, 54th last week. I'll put you any amount of ice creams on this so that he goes in a better position.
It's all right. I've already had an ice cream in between the two shows today, so I don't need
Did you have an ice cream?
I did,
What did you have?
I had a chocolate ice cream.
A chocolate ice cream, okay.
Yes.
There are other refueling strategies available. I won't tell you what Grant Womack is. You can read it on his shirt here. Hopefully, he's carbo loaded with the correct stuff on the way in. You can see, yep, he has indeed got plenty
he didn't
of
have an ice
refueling.
Cream.
No. But if you did, let us know, Grant. Just let us know what your favourite flavour of ice cream is. Get in touch with @biking_Emma.
I quite like making high-protein homemade ice cream, because then you can have recovery fuel and ice cream at the same time.
Okay, you never know. You may be finding out some more of Emma's refueling tips in the future. Watch this space. Let's dive in and watch the space as we see the Category 4 riders leaving the pen. A quick reminder, this is a lout race route, so they'll be heading through this start line twice more before they then go across to go up to that Tronso Crescent climb to finish. Carlos Alvarez, very eager to leave the start, clearly wanted to get this warmed up very quick. Graziani right in the wheels along with Duran and Muktari. We'll see whether they're at the front as they come in. I'm going to make a real prediction here. Category 4, the top 5, I would be very surprised to see the same top 5 in there. at the end of this race. And
Graciani, Alvarez, Mokhtari, Bekele, and Arievo. I think you might see one of those riders in the top 5. Corbani's on your screen. Both of them in that shot. Arthur Corbani in category 4. Andre in category 6. Both of them giving you a wave at the moment. Mohamed Mokhtari would like people to take turns on the front and trying to encourage them.
Too right. I quite agree with him. I always love the fact that since Mohamed has moved up into category 4, that the flag proudly displayed beside him matches his race jersey.
Can I just say, Mika Rusamaki has the smiley face next to him again today.
Yes.
I think that's because he knows he goes well on this course and he's looking forward to it.
Yes, we haven't yet seen the other side, unless the other side is identical to that side. We will have to find out. We will soon see. The riders into the descent. It levels here. It's going to then drop again. And again, riders distance in the first
fast start.
Brutally quick start here today in category 4, as it has been in categories 5 and 6. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Who has put too much effort in on the descent, because we very quickly transition into a first time, which comes at 4.4k. We start going uphill at 4.4 kilometers into this after a frantic start. So that one was so important, as you said.
It is indeed. And that climb, 5 kilometres in length with an average gradient of 5.1%, 253 metres of ascent on the first climb. And you can see category 6 are already on those slopes.
Joshua Callingard, one man who's definitely no stranger to it going up. He took 4th place in the race last week in qualifier race number 1 behind Smithson, Kedrian and Lalowitz, currently leading that group up as we wait for our next set of riders to go. Category 3 waiting patiently in the pens. PFL, our race winner last week, ahead of Karel Sladek and Juan Quiros. They were ahead of Yannicki Frudek, Elos Corrales, Marquez Howala, and round out the top 10 was Las Canategi. I'll jump back into the pause that I left there for Emma, because we're in with Niall Batty. Just very quickly out of the
I like to keep you on your toes.
Thank you very much. I'm sat in a very comfy seat. I don't need to be on my toes. I'd say that for the run into the finish when the chair goes flying usually. Just taking a little look at this group and the way it's come out here. Again, riders distance out of this group. Category 3.
It's a small group this week, category 3.
Yes, I was going to say it's really compact and bijou. I mean, when you look at the team spread, you've got 6 teams in category 6, 5 in 5, 5 teams in category 4, only 4 teams in category 3, which is quite unusual. And then up to 7 teams in category 2 and 2 teams in category 1. Category 3 normally has got good representation, but just the way it falls, and riders moving up and down through those race fields as they progress up and down in terms of ability.
So category 3 on the top right-hand corner of your screen, but we go in with a wide number of riders from category 3. Yeah, Jean Yannicki still got his warm-up jersey on at the moment. Oviedo on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Patrick Bloom tapping a good rhythm, and Nick Squillari in the mix as well.
One of the best responses coming from Matthias Kelman there with the getting the guns out, giving us the all pumped up and ready to go. We'll see whether that's going to be the case. Personally, I've got a couple of riders that I'm looking at overall in this number, but I'm going to pick on 2 particularly. Nick Squillari always goes well on hard courses. Maybe not the climbs for him, but top left-hand side of your screen from Italy, not just because it's the Giro and it's kicked off. And remember that the Giro challenges, the mission is on MyWhoosh at the moment. So I think we're into the 2nd week of Giro challenges. There's a different challenge each week with a catch-up on the 4th week of the month. But Stefano Ronchetti going to be potentially one of those riders who could be taking the win here today. He's a great climber. He's been absolutely flying on the climbs competitions, so he's definitely one to watch as we move on from category 3 to category 2, our penultimate race category. Alexi Kalman taking the win last week in qualifier race number 1 ahead of the flying baker Thibaut Boulanger. He was ahead of Maciej Mendakowicz, the Polish rider, looking to take the win. Couldn't take it away from Kalman. Kalman's ride very well timed. Today, it's not going to be about the sprints. This is about climbing ability. I think it was ominous that Mr. X100 last week was inside the top 5 in 5th place on a course that didn't necessarily suit him at all. Whereas today, Mr. X100, SS and Pablo Popovic all could potentially put in top 5 rise. And it makes
Mm.
that UAE clean team particularly dangerous. Right. Whilst I put my teeth in and have coffee, Emma, over to you.
Well, category 2 on your screen at the moment. Everyone from Nathan Guerra right at the top down to Jamie Cahill right at the bottom. All of those riders on your screen going to be looking forward to a hard race today. What does anybody actually look forward to a hard race? I'm sure some of them do. Jan Yazbek, for me, could well be one of those riders who goes well today. He's on your screen. Jesse Langevin, we know more as a sprinter. Could he be in the mix? Khan Cairn has been in the mix when we've been here on this course before, and he could be one of the riders pushing strongly. Langevin off of the front at the moment.
Turn your mic on, Matt. I was too busy drinking coffee. He is indeed. I was just busy watching that, and I was watching Ivan Newkey, because Ivan Newkey, his reaction is always telling as to how he rides. Today, he was full of beans, giving us a wave, giving us a salute, looking very, very good, of course, as everybody does in the UAE, the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club team kit. If you do go to Hedera Island, you can support the team. You can buy the kit.
Well, last time category 2 were on this course, it was the February final. And in the team competition, just 54 seconds separated the top 2 teams, the GOATs, from Riders of the Storm. And I can tell you, 54 seconds meant that those riders were very close together. Strength and depth, category 2.
Category 1. Compact and bijou, phrase used by Emma for the women's race, also applies here to the men's racing category 1. As they get ready to go, our final riders are about to leave the pen to face 55.5 kilometers of distance, 1,018 meters of ascent, covering 2 ascents of Dragon's Fury climb, 1 ascent of the Chongsa Crescent climb, 2 sprints on the way through as well. It's going to be busy. It's going to be packed. There are climbs that are not categorized. There's changes in wind direction all the way through this race route. The very best are going to need the whips, particularly if Nikolai Damsgaard decides, you know what? I'm going to shake this up from the word go.
I love it.
Wakey, wakey, folks.
Yep. And Hayden Pucker bang on the wheel, and Rick Van Erck is there as well. Michael Vink, Ollie Jones, Mikhail Kaminsky, Johan Noren, all in the mix. It was Vink from Osborne by 18 seconds last time we were out here. And to do that, Michael Vink set a 20-minute PB. Jason Osborne set a 20-minute second best time ever on MyWhoosh that day. So those riders were on phenomenal form, and they battled it out on the mountainside. Rick Van Erck. Rick, are you looking forward to this today? He's looking forward to the downhills.
That's my kind of answer. I absolutely love that. Rick Van took 17th place. He was inside the top 20 last week. Today, we've got the climb. So we can guarantee one thing, that we're going to get plenty of screen time with Rick, because it's got a lot of uphill on today. Rick, resplendent in that national champions jersey. Great rider. Always smiling. The Dutch champion in the e-racing, or a rider as well who, and this is quite scary, has never won on the Sunday Race Club. 3 seconds and a third place in 60 participation. Absolutely shocking. Quite surprised by that, but absolutely flying. Now, in with Mikhail Kaminsky. Kaminsky at the moment out of the saddle, just making sure he doesn't lose contact with this group after that left-hand turn. We've already got riders distance from the group, though.
Yeah, it is such a fast start here today in Category 1. The big push coming straight out of that start pen. They're at the 1.8 kilometre marker. They're at the base of the climb. The base of the climb, the base of the descent. They've got a very short run before they hit the base of the climb, and they really are motoring. Hayden Pucker and Nikolai Damsgaard still on the front of the group. Van Erck, Paradians, Osborne, Betty, Van Elst, Giselle Betty coming up into Category 1. Alexei Kalman as well coming up. But there is Giselle Betty on your screens at the moment. Loving Category 1.
I'll tell you something, Josiah Betty, we've watched him improve and improve and improve and improve and improve. He's now moved up.
Come on.
And this is the thing. He's going to come in here. I'm sure Josiah won't mind me saying, he's jumped in here, and he's probably got that, yes, I made it. Oh, no.
Look at the
I've
course.
been moved up. And then what course is he on? He's on Bhutan. But we know this is where there's so much to be gained. You go faster for riding with people who are faster than you. That's what brings you on.
Different tactics, different strengths, different strategies.
Just riding at that faster pace more often, just that little bit of incentive to keep in there. You know, it's the theory of why does motor pacing work? It's not just physiological, it's psychological. Why does riding on the track behind a journey work? Why does going up a category in your on cycling esports and riding with people who have got so much more firepower than you in theory have work? It works because it just brings you on, and I'm sure we're going to see Giselle Betty do that, and all the riders that have moved up in category. The difficult thing today is it's a hard course to do it with these 3 climbs. The first climb summits the top of the summit at 9.4 kilometers. So only 1 more K to go for Joshua Callangad at the moment to the summit of the climb on the right-hand side of your screen. And at the moment, his gap is looking like it's 25 seconds to Ben Kirk, Brent Gibson and co. So Callangad with an early move. Meanwhile, left-hand side of your screen, Nikolai Savic also doing the same. This is brutal racing. Remember, the summit of this climb is at 9.4 kilometers. We've got 55.5k to go in total, and Callangad is really sticking it to them.
I'm so not surprised. He loves a good climb, and Callangad doing the business. I tell you something, there's a battle behind. Mike Broadbrent is doing a great ride as well. Skierski is there, Smithson is there, Atruba is there, Kirk is there. There's a real race on behind and a group of riders, but the rider there behind is Joshua Callangad, and he has gone on climb 1.
He certainly has, and nice to see Joshua Broadbent there with the FSC moniker behind him. Great to see, fantastic. But that's part of his racing on the Cycling Esports League that you can take part of.
Mike Broadbent is indeed part and parcel of that Full Speed Events Cycling Esports League teams.
And the racing content,
the Harriers.
Lots of teams. If you want to join into the league, don't forget you can join in the Cycling Esports League. Monpok City is the race on the 12th of May. That's this coming week. Scratch race, 27k, just short of, around Monpok City, and only 44 metres of ascent if your legs hurt after today's Sunday Race Club. So do jump on board whether you've been racing this or not. Mount Grizzly is the week after, and it wraps up in Switzerland on the 26th of May. Cycling Esports League with lots of teams as well. Lots of great chat and team spirit in there as well. I've been shown a couple of the conversations. I don't join in those conversations, but I have been shown them, and I have to say there's some great humour, some great fun in there as well, and the team's really strong. That sense of community, all part of what cycling is about.
Yeah, absolutely. That team time trial that runs during the week, and a large number of riders taking part in that. And some of them are very social. Some of them are very competitive, and different things for different people. There's something for everybody there. Those riders then progressing into that Cycling Esports League, and a number of them now on the Sunday Race Club, which is absolutely brilliant to see.
It's really lovely watching that progression. We sort of talk about the progression of Giselle Betty in Category 1. We're looking at the progression of Joshua Callangad on the front, and Ben Kirk starting to break clear from the group behind on the left-hand side of the screen. Gibson, Skierski, Broadbent. Looks like Eric is right behind as well. Matt Smithson, last week's winner, holding his... I think this is some... Yeah. Does Matt Smithson have nerves? Not sure he does.
Well, no, holding your nerve isn't really about nerves, is it? It's holding your nerve is really a tactical thing.
Wait, so holding your nerves at bay?
Xavier Maillard, Antti Jarvinen and Ben Kirk on his screen, and look how hard everybody is working as Ben Kirk comes towards, and Joshua Callangad comes towards that polka dot banner, which is the first of the climb banners today. I think personally, great strategy of staying in the group on climb 1, keeping your powder dry, holding your nerve, whatever you want to call it, going with the group and staying with the group. And sometimes you'll be riding just underneath your limit to do that, rather than going off the front, because it's a long, lonely journey from the front. Callangad could be thinking he's going to get caught, but at what point you do get caught, well, it plays out very differently. And at the moment, Maillard, Jarvinen and Kirk on your screen, part and parcel of the Category 6 race. Take a look on the top right-hand corner. It's a snake of purple down the hill.
It is indeed dot to dot down the hill in purple as we see the points results on our screen. Callangad taking the maximum points from Kirk, Maillard, Broadbent and Fortunato. The riders who also score points. Remember, each of these climbs with 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 points respectively. Category 6 going through. Lone leader Callangad followed by Kirk, and then 16 riders together in that big chase group.
Yeah, 16 riders. It is a big chase group, and it is 19 seconds back to that group of 16. Grant Womack on your screen at the moment. It is Felipe Marin and Grant Womack who are going to go over. In fact, Womack goes over in one. He's going to put the polka dots on. He's very pleased and happy with that. I tell you something, he's a rider who's getting stronger and stronger on the Sunday Race Club, and this has been really great to watch too. Really well rewarded with that polka dot skin suit. That was obviously his target. Clinton Cirillo, another strong rider doing the business behind as well.
Yeah, two riders who are great rulers, who I think have really harnessed their climbing form this week in Category 5. So Womack from Cirillo, Marin Savic and Thuft, the point scorers in Category 5 at the summit of the Dragon's Fury climb for the first time of asking. 23 riders together there, Emma. That's a big group together. Womack leading them out. We've got a group behind in Category 4, but this pressure that's being put on at the moment by Mika Rustimaki, he's breaking it apart. I think we could potentially see what is going to be about 9, if not 10 riders go clear here today because of the pressure of Rustimaki. They're at 9.1 kilometers. There's 300 meters to go. And when you get to the top, if you've got the strength to push on, you can reinforce that gap over the weaker riders.
You can indeed. Ryan Giuliano, we know, goes well on a hard course. And Charles Lecali, one of the riders who we saw go out of that start hard, right in the mix here. These three riders pushing and pushing strongly. Patrick Mortek is working hard from behind, and so is Santiago Velez. But at the moment, it's Giuliano versus Rustimaki. Rustimaki versus Giuliano. Who is going to hold this to the top? Who's going to go underneath the polka dot banner? There it is. Rustimaki digs again. So does Giuliano. This is coming down to a 2-up sprint almost at the top of this climb.
This is a checkpoint. That means that there is a big money prize at the end of that. Not to be today for Mika Rustimaki for this checkpoint. It goes to Ryan Giuliano. So Giuliano takes the 5 points, takes that checkpoint prize. Rustimaki takes second with 4 points. Lecali in third with 3. Velez in fourth with 2. And Mortek taking away the final point scoring position. The riders on their way through. Just waiting for that to update as it goes through. 18 riders currently gone through and over the line. 2 riders leading and about 16 riders then in 1s and 2s, but close enough to be basically together. And then a couple of riders dropped a little bit further
and
back
this
down.
is one of the challenging points of the course, really. And we look at that and go, she's talking about the downhill. Yeah, I am. I'm talking about the transition between the climb and the descent, because often riders get to the top of the climb and they go and take a breath. But what you need to do is you need to push over the top into the descent so you don't get dropped. And that is one of the hardest things to get your head around.
Getting dropped on the steep bit on the way up is kind of like, yeah, c'est la vie. The frustration of being dropped as you go onto the flat. But this is where positioning is critical, because as these riders go up, the lead riders can go onto it. And if it's a big group, they might be hitting the flat and going, they might be hitting 25, 30, 40 kilometers an hour before the back of the group have come over the top of the summit. And that's why we see this concertina effect, this compression as you go into it.
And an exaggeration.
And then it, expands right out, and you get that expansion in the group, and you get the gaps reinforced over the top. At the moment, on to the climb. We're just jumping in here with Vallejo Rios going up over the top here. He absolutely nails that. Jonah Chatty, another of our real regular climbers ahead of that's going to be Kansara just behind, followed by Pony Hoyos and Morelli. Just going to get confirmation of that. Squilari in the mix as well. So it's Oya, Johnson, Kalman, Gallo, Wojciech, Polaka, and Morgan. But my goodness me, it's 24, 25 riders come through together, and they're still coming. It's a long line, but it's not got big gaps in it.
No, and the question is now, will it all come back together into one large blob? Will that spaghetti form a gnocchi? Who knows?
Oh, I love the Italian reference. Very good.
Sorry, had to try.
10 out of 10.
Thank you. It's splitting into 2 groups.
Indeed. A bit like if you overcook your pasta. So let's see who's going to have soft and overdone legs, who's going to be al dente today as they make their way down.
Well, category 2 at the moment, making their way up on the climb. Big group still together, but 1 or 2 riders just pushing on off the front at the moment. Look at this. Look
You
at the
can
pace.
feel the pain emanating out of the screen from the riders' legs. Those avatars at the moment are absolutely on the limit, just like the riders, because you can see at the front here, there's gaps opening, it's breaking up, and it's SS of the UAE clan team. I said, watch out today for the UAE clan team. The band is back. It's been reunited. Pablo Popovic, SS, and Mr. X100 are back together again. SS leading this out on the front at the moment. He's absolutely on the limit here, coming up to the top of the climb. Gustav Berlin behind is working to keep the gap down. It's 19 seconds on the line there. SS has gone through Berlin, Lewis, Hoyos, Nuki, Pizzilli are going through. Ridley's right in the mix as well. These points are going out. Remember, the points for the climb, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 over the line.
Yeah, so Berlin comes through. Lewis chasing hard behind. Nuki now starting to show form as well. Interesting. Ivan Nuki really pushing on. There we go. Nuki into his pain cave at the moment, up and out the saddle, turning those pedals. Look at that cadence. Nice move from Ivan Nuki as he sits back down.
I do like watching Ivan Nuki ride. He's so focused when he's on this.
Souplesse as well is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, I might have smoothness envy.
Yeah,
it
envy. Is nice.
Yeah, always good to see good style
well,
on the bike.
Category 2, 1 rider cleared, 19 seconds. 1 rider in second, 15 seconds. 42 riders in the group.
So SS at the front, Gustav Berlin in second place, and the rest pretty much all behind. That's a very easy summary. Meanwhile, category 1, Jason Osborne is back. And he's got the gap.
And he's waved goodbye to the rest.
This could be a case. I did say we were going to be nearly done with the Latin, but of Alie Jecta Est. The die is cast, said by Caesar as he crossed the Rubicon with his army, which meant that he was then a rebel and was breaking the Roman rules. The man who's torn the rule book up today, Jason Osborne, he's gone, right, do you know what? First time, I'm off. See you later. Bye-bye.
One world champion being chased by another world champion. Bjorn Andresen is the rider doing the chasing behind Jason Osborne at the moment. Side Safra Zadie, Stefan Van Els, Lionel Vujasin, Michael Knudsen, Pavel Skierski, all in the mix. But Osborne goes underneath in 1. It's a 7-second gap back to Andresen. And then look at the group. 3 seconds behind Andresen. Will they all come back together? Will Jason Osborne sit up this time? I think the answer is going to be yes, because there are 2 further climbs to go. And I think, whilst we know Osborne likes to ride from the front and he likes to control the tempo and set his own pace, I think he might wait for climb number 2 before he disappears off the front properly.
I mean, the numbers are bearing you out here because Jason Osborne's at 3.2 watts per kilo. We know he can hold more than that. I always wonder with Jason Osborne whether he's feeling that he should hold back a little out of safety, or because he's mindful of his form, his condition, and what he has coming up. It's a long year when you're esports cyclist because there are no seasons.
Yes, but if you pick and choose your races, you can have a really hard training session.
Yes, and that's kind of what I'm thinking. Is he backing off here because he knows that he's got hard training to come? He's done hard training. Is he backing off because in the race it's the smart thing to do? And I think there's multiple agendas that weigh on riders' minds on the way in.
Or he wants the right group to work with. He's got 3 riders now on his wheel. Ollie Jones, Michael Knudsen and Bjorn Andresen. That's a strong group. That could be the group that he goes away and works with. I don't think they will because of the pace they're tapping at the moment. But at the moment, Jason Osborne, 16 riders in contention now in category 1. Osborne, Andresen, Skierski, Van Elst, Kaminsky, Vujasin, Knudsen, Safrazadi, Turek, Vink, Noren, Confession, Milostic, Plantero, Jones and Pucker.
I do wonder whether or not you're going to see Jason Osborne working for Michael Knudsen. Michael Knudsen at the moment is on 99 podiums. The most podiums of anybody on Sunday Race Club ever. Ahead of Jason Osborne.
Does that mean he needs a top 3 or a top 5?
Top 3 podium. Top three. It's not some run.
Just
It's
confirming.
not mountain biking's mid 2000s five rider podiums. It's the old school three. Michael Nusson's got 99 podiums. Does Jason Osborne work for his teammate here and do the work and then try and get Michael Nusson onto the podium? Nusson on 99, Osborne on 93. We've got Catherine Further on 92 podiums and then Michael Vink on 91. They're the only riders in the 90s. You know, they're four incredible cycling esports athletes being chased by a rider who's got a bright future within cycling esports. Saw some lovely pictures, got to say, of Hayden Pucker and his fiance
I know.
on social media. It was very, very nice to
Makes
see.
your heart sing.
It would do if I had one. So as the riders make their way down here, it is Hayden Pucker with Bjorn Andreasen, two riders who really came to people's attention by breakaways. Hayden Pucker breaking away and really hammering home some fantastic racing previously. Bjorn Andreasen doing that in the World Championships. But
yeah, and
you're not going to get clear now,
but
surely.
we saw both of them push on last week and be really instrumental in those early moves that caused that breakaway last week. Will there be a breakaway this week? Yes, there will, but at what time will it happen? I'm not sure it's going to happen on the descent here because the riders, well, they're going to be trying saving their legs for the climbs. But Hayden Pucker, well, I think he's going to be wanting to break some of those legs up a little bit. He took fourth place last week. Great ride from him.
Now, jumping back in with Category 4, who have also a number of Category 5 riders in there. Category 4 riders with the red jerseys, Category 5 with the light blue jerseys. I'm just going to put a quick note out to people, a couple of little bits of housekeeping here. If you are with us on YouTube, don't forget you can join the live chat if you're signed into YouTube. Join the live chats. We do try and keep a check on that, and we will be looking to highlight a few of those messages, not just in the show, but on oncoming shows. So do get your comments in there. Support your favourite rider. If you're a fan of Luis Andrade or if you're a fan of Mika Rusimaki, let us know. Let us know some interesting facts about them. You never know. You might find that we are then highlighting that in the show. If you're one of our riders and you're not on our live screens at the moment, please do consider joining on the show. Really great to see as we see the sprint coming up. First of all, sprints here for Leonardo Graziani, who takes that green jersey just ahead of Ryan Giuliano. Today's a day when we see that mix of jerseys, isn't it? But where you potentially could have the same rider contesting the sprints and the climb's jersey, just because you've got to get over the climb to get in the sprint.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all, actually. There you go. Just ding, 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 ding. Matt and I have just agreed on something.
That's
I do
twice
think,
in one day.
actually, you possibly can, and you may well indeed see a climber with the polka dots taking the green, particularly because that second green sprint, and let's bear in mind there's only two of them, and it is first across the line that counts, comes after the second time up the Dragon's Fury climb. And it is highly probable that the two jerseys go to the same person, and maybe even three.
Indeed. Now, I'm just going to very quickly run. In fact, I'm not. I'm going to go dive back in with Category 3 because they're coming into the sprint faster than I can get to where I need to be. So, just the other side of the fantastic fountain and statue on the way through here. So, as they come around the turn, you can just see the sprint opening up. Ollie Soller looking to open his account here ahead of Zach Patterson. Patterson absolutely flying, but he can't touch Soller. Hoyos, who's coming quick. So is Chatty again. Again, similar names that we saw on the top. So in Category 3, our riders coming in through over the line. Soller from Patterson, from Hoyos, Chatty and Pipponen. They take the points allocation on the way through in Category 3.
They do indeed.
In Category 4, it was Graziani from Giuliano, from Kochikev, Alvarez and Canossa. In Category 5, it was Aidan Sinclair ahead of Zimmerman, Pino, Leckford and Remus. And then in Category 6, it was Broadbent, Mike Broadbent of FSA, who took the 5 points from Barrios, from Callingad, Mayard and Smithson. They are the point scorers so far in the sprints competition in their respective categories. Category 2 will be the next group to get there, but they are some way behind Category 3 at the moment, he says confidently. Okay, behind. Sorry, Emma. Sat there twiddling your thumbs, waiting for me to shut up. I know. Don't worry. It's a good job you can't see the cam. Mitchell Stewart leading this out. SS in contention. Jesse Langevin, surely he's got to fancy this.
Good question. The question is, will he close down the gap? Because Stuart has gone long and Stuart's gone hard off the front, 17.2 kilometre marker. He's got, 650 metres to go, 600 metres to go now. And Stuart, I think he's going to take this. He's at 6.7 watts per kilo. SS is behind him. Machado starts to go, Barrett, Walter, Mundell and Kiersky. But Stuart, no one's going to touch him now. He's 5 seconds clear at the moment. If someone is, they're going to have to kick and kick hard. They're going to have to take the snap out of their own legs because the next climb will be coming at the 27.2 kilometre marker. Yes, there's time to recover, but, the climbing is going to be massive. Machado is going long here. I think this is about picking up points because you've got to get over that climb. Stuart is going to head around that left-hand bend. He's going to see the banner first. Machado's on the top of your screen. You can see the jersey blowing in the wind at the moment. Langevin out of the saddle, dancing on those pedals. But Stuart is clear by 4 seconds. He's going to go underneath the banner. The rest of the pack come round. Machado, SS, Langevin picking up the lower points. That is all about positioning, I think, for sprint number 2.
I think that's a really good point there, because Mitchell, Machado, Langevin going through the first 3, then SS, who we saw just getting pipped on the line for those points. I think not so bothered about those today. Then Daniel Mundell coming through.
Yep.
The 2 leading riders were clear by a gap, but then am I right in thinking that's 40 plus riders behind?
Yes, so let's just bear that in mind. We are at the 18.2 kilometre marker in category 2. We have indeed gone up and over the first ascent of the Dragon's Fury climb. We still have 43 riders in contention. Stuart and Machado were off the front by 11 seconds, but the group will come back together again. 43 riders still in the mix. We talk regularly about the strength and depth in category 2, and that is just showing you what we mean.
It's super, super close racing here in all our categories. Category 2 particularly close today after the first ascent, the first climb and the first sprint. In around the statue we go, and you can see at the moment Pavel Skierski ahead of Michael Knudsen. The sprint is on here to go underneath. They've got a gap now. It's only a few seconds because the gap does very little bit as you go round that little, almost a roundabout in the road there that's been formed there by the fantastic statue on the way through. As we go up, Skierski from Knudsen, Kaminsky, Else, Puckover, Justin, the bunches chasing behind. The sprint points.
Yes.
Right category, Matt.
Green jersey.
Green jersey, not polka dot. The green jersey sprint points going to Skierski, 5 points, Knudsen 4, Kaminsky 3, Vjasin 2, and Safrazadi 1.
16 riders still in contention here in category 1 at the moment at the points. Skierski, Knudsen, Kaminsky, Vjasin, Safrazadi, Vink, Churek, Van Elst, Pucker, Osborne, Confession, Milostic, Jones, Plantero, Noren and Andreasen. As we drop in with category 5, leaders about to catch the category 6. Well, that's not the leading group. That's the chase group at the moment, but they are indeed on the climb. This is a small climb in between the 2 ascents of the Dragon's Fury.
Snow falls. The road gets slippy, or it would do if you're outside. But this is MyWhoosh. This is in the pleasure of your pain cave, however you should do it.
Psychologically, it chills you down a bit. They don't look very chilled.
You think?
No, Xavier Maillard working hard.
You can see the effort.
You can see the effort going in. The category 5 riders and some category 6 riders in here at the moment, but you can see the work being done. We've got Sinclair right at the top, Womack, Dotto, Lipinharsky, Llewellyn, all the riders on the screen. Gosler up and out of the saddle, mouth wide open.
You just saw Cosimo Mangino just wiping his brow there. I think all these riders trying to make sure that the bikes are protected. Sam Llewellyn giving us a wave as well. Good to see our riders on screen. You can see the effort. This is what it takes to race here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. You could be riding with these riders. 6 race categories, remember, based on your ability level as the riders make the way.
8 riders.
Here, the banner is in front of them. So this is going to be the second of our climbs at competition points. And Kirk is going to go through. He was second last time. We're just going to take a little bit of a check.
It's not. It is
Oh,
the
no.
top of what is, I think, the lead.
It's not. My
It's not.
apologies.
It's the top of the mid climb.
Of course it is.
It's got a banner on top for
I
when
was
it's
thinking I
required.
was further down the road than we
It's
were.
not a polka dot banner. The polka dot banner doesn't come to 32.2.
I'll go get more coffee.
off.
I
Ben
am.
Kirk,
Sorry,
poor Ben
guys.
Kirk.
I know you all thought that you were further down the road than you were, but you're not. Just
Ben
rewind.
Kirk doing, but let's just say Ben Kirk's doing an amazing job here in Category 6, putting in a big push on the front.
He is. I tell you something. That climb, it's really tough.
It is.
It really is. I've ridden over that climb. It is horrible in the sense that it really makes you work. I was surprised to see how much of a push coming from Kirk. I'm wondering whether what he's looking for is to break the group up a little bit as it gets caught by Category 5.
Well, and that's the challenge, isn't it? What do you do? The Category 5 pack is coming. It's inevitable that it's going to happen. The question is, what do you do at that point in the race? Two of the Category 6 riders in the group, in fact, more of the Category 6 riders in the group of Category 5 riders already. They're at the top of the climb. They're going to come down off the other side onto the flatland transition for the next 4K before they hit the base of the climb. 4K could well bring the Category 5 group onto the back of the leading Category 6 group. It's a 10-second gap. The Category 6 riders are going to be brought back into the mix. Matt does often say that once you're dropped, even if you come back, you've still been dropped already in the race.
You don't get dropped for fun. You get dropped because you're not there.
No, but you can strategically make the choice to sit back if you know a faster riding, moving group are coming and save some effort, which is a strategic tactic that you can employ. Yeah. But the 8 riders down the road in that Category 6 race will very soon see this pack.
And I agree. Do you go into the red zone to stay with your leading group? Do you let that ease back maybe potentially? If you don't want to go with that instant kick, you want to save that effort for later, that dipping into the red for later. So you then wait for a group to come through potentially in a smoother manner, which is that chasing group of a different category, and then jump on in there. And a lot of that, I think, depends on the terrain that you're on as you are caught and getting the timing right, because you're going to stay with that higher category potentially on a descent. You're going to stay with them potentially on the flat. You're not going to stay with them on a climb, whether it's the intermediate climb that I thought was the KOM, or whether it's KOM itself. I think for me, it's really about where you get caught. So getting your timing right and where you get caught also really critical. Let's dive across on to the left-hand side of our screen a little bit for the moment, because this is Lucas Johnson at the moment, who has a gap at the moment. It's only in single digits at the moment, about 6 seconds clear of Hoyos, of Reinheimer, along with Morgan, Kalman, Manarelli. It really is a big group of riders. He's got a little bit of a gap. He's working well at the moment as he's using these Category 4 riders nicely on the way through here. He made the gap on the climb. Now he's able to use that, utilize that draft of the riders he's catching in other categories on the downhill.
Yeah, and it's not just about the draft, it's also about the added motivation. If you're solo off the front and there's nobody ahead of you, that motivation to catch, the motivation to chase isn't there. It's all about the motivation to stay ahead. Some riders are indeed motivated and driven by staying ahead. Others like to chase and catch. And having the earlier starting categories does allow you to see a rider in the distance, even if they're not in your race field, and to work to make that catch and continue to keep that motivation. While the Category 6 riders at the head of the race at the moment at the 25.7 kilometre marker are very shortly, should they turn their heads, or their avatars were able to turn their heads and take a look over the shoulder. Something that you tell young riders regularly not to do. But Oliveira coming onto the back of the group. Stop being an owl. That's something I've said quite regularly to young riders.
Really?
Yes. If you're so worried about what's behind you, you're not looking at what's in front of you.
That's almost kind of more relevant to where you could run into something, which isn't going to happen here.
Well, that's true here, but our avatars aren't going to turn their heads and look over their shoulders.
But you can change your camera view, and that is something.
You can, that is very true.
So one of the things that I've seen that's been very cleverly done by a number of riders is they have a little keypad beside them that they use to then allow them to take different camera views to see
Yeah.
what's happening behind. So
It's true.
maybe to take a view back. So change the camera angle. So we are at the moment looking backwards off the back of the rider. We're now going to turn to the side. All these different views are really, really critical. If you want to take a little bit of a look back, you want to take a view, there's lots of different camera angles there. Experiment with them in training, experiment with them on one of the many races that take place on MyWhoosh. It's not just the Cycling Esport League, the Apex Racing League. It's not just Sunday Race Club where we see Karen Kane in action. We see the racing taking place across a number of different races. Lots of crit races, time trials, road races, whatever you want to go with, scratch racing. There's loads of different racing on MyWhoosh. Jump on board, have a look at the different races, practice those tactics in a non-target race. I'm just going to put a quick appeal out. Emma's just held up a sign that she would like a cheese and pickle sandwich. So if anybody is in Midwestern France near the Full Speed Event Studios,
I'm not sure you're going to get pickle in.
Please just let us know, because the cheese and pickle sandwich has been requested. That is the most random thing that you've put in a note in a commentary box for a long time.
Well, but at the moment, category 2, there's no cheese and pickle sandwiches being required there. Fuel, yes. Pickle, no.
There's riders in a pickle a bit further back off the grid.
There probably are, but that's a different
front,
interpretation of the word. Michael Vink, at the moment, the cadence is high. Take a look at that, 96 revs per minute. He is revving his way away from the field. Jason Osborne giving chase at the moment at the 23-kilometre marker. They're about to drop into the descent on the mid-climb between the two categorised climb ascents. Osborne coming up onto Vink's wheel. Turek in the mix as well. Van Elst, Pucker, Knudsen and Skierski. It's 2 seconds, and they're working their way through back markers in some of the other races as well at the moment. And Osborne now at the front with Michael Vink. Look at the stretch on the Category 1 pack.
There are riders being distanced. I was taking a close look. There's actually riders quite a long way back here now, just caught up, not just at the back of this group, but they're actually in the midst of the riders in Category 5, 4 and 3 by the look of it. So riders are now starting to be distanced. We've gone over the top of our small climb that took us up to the start line, the end of the lap, as Jason Osborne now attacks at 9 watts per kilo into this descent. He's looking to maximize the speed. He's very aware of the gaps that are opening behind him, that he knows that there's some key riders potentially going to be distanced. Bring the odds down, reduce the number of people in the field. Vink is doing the same here. He just went through at 7 watts per kilo. Skierski's in the mix. He doesn't want to be distanced. He's in that green skin suit as our sprint leader. Andreasen in here. Van Elst in the mix. The pressure is on. We have done 1 lap. We do 2 full laps, and then we make our way to the base of the Trunks Crescent climb and ascend. This is going to be critical. What happens now on this terrain?
Well, Dan Turek at the front of the Category 1 race has only raced once since the February final when we were in Bhutan before.
Well, we'll see what he can do. It'd be interesting to see how much of that he remembers of his experience and where to ride hard and where not to. So lap 1, we have completed with Category 1. So that's over Dragon's Fury climb for the first time, through the Trunks sprint, and then up the rise into that headwind just after the 20K and on to that flat plateau summit. They're then going to descend to Dragon Fury climb number 2, 27.5k to 32.5k. The same climb, the same gradients, the same ascent. But then once we drop down, for me, what's going to be really interesting is to see how small these groups come down over Dragon's Fury climb, because mentally that means you've got 2 climbs done. If you're in a leading group with these 2 climbs done, you look at what's to come and you think, I've still got a lot less climbing to do than I've done already. That psychologically is important. And I think we should see some positive racing on that little bump before the finish climb and that last climb. Turek with Pucker up at the front of this Category 1 bunch. Now, you see what the course is. These are your course records. Let's turn to our resident statistician supremo, Professor Emma Martin, to my left in the commentary box. When we look at the times here, Emma, and I know you've got all these in your collection of books that you've written on Sunday Race Club, the time gaps between them are pretty consistent. There's 1 or 2 sort of fluctuations in there. Do you think we're going to see that same sort of spread again?
it's interesting. A number of the riders have progressed to higher categories since that race at the end of February. We are now in May, and a lot of riders' form really coming very, very strong at the moment. The biggest time gap was between Category 5 and Category 6, close to 6 minutes. The smallest time gap was between Category 3 and Category 4, around 3 minutes. But number of things to bear in mind. One, it was a monthly final.
Yes.
So the team tactics really coming into play that day. It was also the first time we'd ever raced this course. The first time out isn't normally the fastest. Eventually, it normally plays out that around the third or fourth iteration of the race route tends to cement the faster times. But being a final, this could be an anomaly.
Okay, you heard it there. I'm not going to try and add anything to that. I'm really going to focus on Ben Kirk, who is still leading this race by just over double digits, 10, 11 seconds at the moment behind Turati, the rider who's trying to chase him down, Silvano. Turati from Switzerland being chased himself by Gremsel, only about 3 seconds behind him. Big bunch of Category 5 riders on to the climb. You can see Kirk and Turati on your screen. Ben Kirk out of the saddle here, breathing deep. Turati sat down, characteristic riding from Silvano at the moment. You could just see regularly sits down. You don't often see Turati out of the saddle. I'm going to stick with this one as well as a statement because Silvano Turati at the moment just gets out of the saddle now, but what he'll just drop back down again, that little bit of a gradient kick, he'll go back down again. They really do have to make sure they conserve their effort. You can get more power out of the saddle, but it is so expensive.
And that was such a steep section, 12% under the wheels, into that fair headwind as well. What a challenging section of the course. And Kirk, you can just see how hard he is working leading that Category 6 race. The Category 5 race, well, Turati's got company because Womack and Gremsel are only 2 seconds behind. Gonzalez, Thuft, Sinclair. Aidan Sinclair's been riding really strongly recently too.
Yeah, and he's got the green Sprinters jersey on at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see how he transfers that when we go in towards the end. He's going to look to maybe move up. Womack on great form here. Turati's initial lead has been closed down, and it's not been closed down by one rider, two riders. It's been closed down by that huge pack behind. You can see as we come around this sweeping bend with the scenery unfolding behind our riders. The flag being waved in front of the MyWhoosh fan as they come up the road. The catch is going to be made in Category 5. Turati still continuing to push in his pursuit of Kirk, but Kirk is on a ride here. He's still holding the same gap to Turati. It's the bunch behind that has sped up and they've got quicker.
Yeah, one day we're going to see a MyWhoosh van on the Sunday Race Club with water running out down the road because there's a washing machine in it, because it always is one of my favourite sights in a race car park when you go and watch elite racing.
I thought for a moment you were saying that MyWhoosh vans all have washing machines in. I didn't realise that was part of the service.
No, but that's one of the things I just love it when you go to an elite race and the teams are there and you're then in a car park afterwards and there's like all this water flooding the car park. It's because the washing machine is rolling. Anyway, Hayden Pucker is rolling as well.
Almost speechless. So just watching Category 1 left-hand side of your screen with Hayden Pucker, super climber Pucker, on the climb here, powering his way up here, clearly buoyed at the moment by his general circus. I was a great believer that you had to have a settled personal life to be able to race really hard.
Person, happy racer.
I always think of it like a set of scales. Like an old set of scales, like the scales of justice that you might see.
Oh, you mean when you put the weights onto them rather than just stand on them?
If you bounce up and down on one side, or you think of it as a seesaw, is the other way to look at it, but it's not quite such a... If you're bouncing up and down, how can you ever keep the other side static or smooth or measure the weight? If it's all bouncing all over the place, you don't get great performance. If you are settled, if you're focused, if you've got that time, you've got that settled personal life, very difficult to race when you're on edge. And the margins in racing... Generally, all cycle sport, the margins are getting tighter.
Well,
and
it's
tighter
interesting,
and tighter.
isn't it? Because when you are in that state, as in a bouncing around state, your breathing is more erratic, your heart rate is more erratic, your emotions are more erratic, and all of those things.
HRV plummets.
Well, your sleep score.
Yeah, tell me about it.
But what we talk about, I mean, things like breathing and breath work, can have a massive impact. And we see riders on start lines, using those breathing techniques to bring their heart rates down before they engage in the race. You see riders within races using breathing techniques to bring their heart rate down. There are great tactics out there that are used, not just about how much power you can put through the pedals, and the power is being put down at the moment. Stefan van Elst is on the front. Dan Turek is having to close the gap down here, currently in 8th place behind Bjorn Andreasen.
I think really interesting to see the move on the left-hand side of your screen here. Now onto the big screen. As you see that big push coming, Dan Turek at the moment really working well here in this group. Van Els was looking strong on the front here. The group is staying together. One of the things, I almost expected these Dragon Fury climbs to break the race completely apart, to see ones and twos. We're not seeing that even in category 1 at the moment.
Not yet.
We've still got a good sized group here, and you're not getting that solo breakaway. You're not seeing Osborne or Vink or Joes, or maybe just seeing a Skierski just going on a long one. We're seeing the push come, but we see it being answered at the moment. Vink at the moment just kicking down on those pedals, down
out
on
of
the
the
drops,
saddle.
on the drops, almost touching the saddle as he is out of the saddle, he says through gritted teeth, on this little section. But this, for me, one of the key things here, we're not seeing it break. We're not seeing it stop. It's attritional behind. We're seeing riders being ejected out the back.
But I think what you've also seen is the riders would have noted the course. They will have seen the course 2 weeks ago, that it was here now. And they may well have thought, you know what, that's going to be a really specific focus. I'm going to schedule a session into my training plan where I want 3 hard climbs. I want 3 good, strong efforts. And that gives really close racing.
It certainly does. Really close racing in category 2 as well as category 1. SS off the front of category 2 really are pushing hard to try and stay clear. Meanwhile, it's another polka dot jersey, this time Jason Osborne in category 1, who is absolutely dialing this at the moment. He's got Vinky in front of him, and they are winding this up as they go across this flatter section of the race route at 30 kilometres.
Working so hard to try and close that gap down and make that a 3-rider break.
Pushing over the top, going into this lesser gradient. I'm not going to say it's flat, but it's a lesser gradient, and then kicking again into this climb is going to do some serious damage. They waited until they got to the far section, accelerated over the top, used the fact that they caught category 2, could use the draft from category 2 and that big bunch of category 2, the leading bunch as such. As they accelerate the way up, we are seeing them now scything through some of our real contenders in all of our race categories. Emma's prediction before the show today was that category 1 would finish first. And the way they're going at the moment, I expect Emma to be absolutely correct here. They've still got SS in front from category 2, but he's the lone escapee from category 2 who's escaped the clutches of Fink and Osborne, who are leading category 1. The dynamic duo are on their way up, both from that Boss Moves Only squad. And at the moment, they are rocketing onto the wheels of SS. SS will try and go with them, but there is still a long way, even to the summit of this climb. This summit crest at 32.2k. That's still a lot of climbing to go.
It is indeed. Michael Knudsen, Ollie Jones, Stefan van Elst, Dan Turek is the group behind. It is the Osborne and Vink show that is starting right now. The 2 riders in category 1 pushing on the climb, and no one else can stay with them. This is what we expected to see. Matt talks about the expectation at the start of the show. The expectation was that category 1 started last and finished first. By my reckoning, they should finish, the leaders in category 1, 2 minutes clear of the leaders in category 2. Where they finish in terms of the leaders of category 5, well, Tirati, Sinclair and Womack are on your screens. They are all up and out of the saddle and dancing on those pedals. The group is strong at the 32-kilometre marker. They've got 200 metres to the banner, and Cirillo is pushing right now. Thoof, Tirati, Marin, Womack are all in there, but it's Cirillo this time who's going to go underneath the banner first. Womack pushes on for 4 points. He's going to go underneath the banner in 2. That should cement him in that jersey.
Should.
That's what I've just said. Should.
Should is a big word. It might only be 5 letters long, 6 letters long.
Oh, they are equal on points.
6 letters
I
long.
tell you. So Womack and Cirillo. Womack takes the first one, second in the second climb. Cirillo comes second in the first climb to Womack, but overhauls him in the second one. It's all going to come down to that third climb in category 5.
9 points for Womack, 9 for Cirillo, 4 for Marin, 4 for Thuft, 2 for Savic, and 2 for Gonzalez. So, riders tied all the way across those categories with the Tronxa Crescent climb that finishes only 400 metres before the summit. Going to be really critical.
But 14 riders still in contention in category 5.
Let's jump across to category 4, where Ryan Giuliano is making it 2 from 2. He will take 10 points onwards from Dragon's Fury climb number 2. As we see Jonah Chatty making his way up over the top. Chatty was second on our first climb to Vallejo Rios. Vallejo Rios going over in third place there. So a lot closer in category 3.
Category 1 now coming through, and take a look at this. Jason Osborne has dropped Michael Vink by 3 seconds to go underneath the banner in 1 in that polka dot skin suit, wanting the main points in that competition. So Osborne goes over in 1, Vink in 2. In category 6, Ben Kirk went over in 1. Matt Smithson in 2. Joshua Callingad and Brent Gibson were then the next 2 riders over, but the gaps are now big in category 6.
So we will try and give you a roundup before we go on to the final climb of the overall positions in terms of categories 1 to 6, because we've still got more categories hitting the line and more riders hitting the line at the top of the second climb.
Yeah, interestingly, category 1, Osborne and Vink, we saw that big attack on the latter parts of those slopes. 18 seconds they've put in. It's now 17. Ollie Jones is doing the chasing. But Jones, Van Els, Skierski, Turek and Knudsen were the riders in that group.
So Mr. X100 leading over category 2. So his teammate SS behind him in second place at the top of that climb. UAE Clan team in 1 and 2. Ivan Nuki going over in 3 at the top of the climb ahead of Khan Ken and Nathan Guerra. You can see Mr. X100 at the moment with his teammate in that polka dot jersey. That is SS. The 2 UAE Clan team riders clear. And the gap they've got, 28 seconds, 27, 28 seconds to 28 riders. So can they ride to the final climb and make it 2 riders at the top of the standings? We'll have to find out. Meanwhile, category 3, we're in with Christopher Morgan. Category 3, going over the top, it was Chatty from Kansara, Rios, Manarelli and Polaka. 3 riders with a 7-second gap to 12 riders overall. A real battle. Now, category 3 overall. Let's give you some roundups on the way through. Category 3, Chatty leads by 9 points to 8 points to Rios, 7 to Kansara. They're the riders in the battle behind. Category 4, you can see the points on that second of our clients, Giuliano, Mortek, Andrade, Lekali and Kochikov taking the points. Overall, Giuliano has 10 points. The nearest riders are Lekali and Mortek with 5 points apiece. It is Giuliano's to lose now in terms of the overall win. We saw category 5 go through over the top of the climb with Cirillo leading Womack. 2 riders tied on points on 9 points. Mathematically possible for Felipe Marin to take away the win, or Wilhelm Thoft. They're on 4 points respectively in category 5. And in category 6, Ben Kirk has got 9 points to Callingad's 8, with Matt Smithson currently on 4. So mathematically, Smithson could, in theory, take away the win. It's all going to come down to the final climb.
It is.
In those categories.
And I tell you, that final climb hits 18%. It is going to be somebody who has got the freshest legs, but the freshest legs after 50 kilometers of racing in Bhutan. Does anybody have fresh legs at that point?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's going to be really interesting to see what
I thought
happens.
the answer would be really easy.
No. Well, I think some people have been saving some energy. I mean, SS hasn't. SS and MSX100 clear on the front of category 2. Ivan Nuki is actually the rider who's in second place on the climbs competition. It's SS with 9 points, Nuki with 6, X100 with 5, and then Berlin, Kane, Lewis, and Guerra behind in terms of points. The mounted points in category 1 much clearer. Jason Osborne with 10, Van Els with 5, Andreas and Skiski, they can't touch him, neither can Vink.
Well, really interesting. Big push in the Category 5 race into that descent. But at the moment, well, SS and X100 in the Category 2 race are about to get caught by the chasing group in the Category 1 race. That's Turek and Jones, Skierski coming around the bend behind them. They too are on the descent, and they're chasing Osborne and Vink. Interestingly, Phil Graves on the back of that group as well. He's a Category 2 rider. Jan Yazbek is behind as well. So the gap to the two leaders in Category 2, not as big as we might have thought.
So difficult when you've got groups starting to catch each other, starting to come together in the descents, when you've got big packs, big groups getting great aerodynamic advantage coming down. Meanwhile, Knudsen just starting to stretch his legs here. He knows that he's got a little bit of work to do. He would dearly love that podium, I'm sure, but just going over this little rise, that little kicker on the descent, always a great way to get your legs turned to jelly as you go over the top. One thing the riders will be bearing in mind is that we have got the second of our sprints coming up fairly quickly indeed after this. But will it pay any part?
Well,
I'm
at
not
the moment,
sure.
Van Els is sprinting to close the gap down over 10 watts per kilo because he didn't want Knudsen to disappear. Turek and Van Elst also having to lift the pace. Knudsen, really smart racing, used a little bit of a rise into the next part of the descent to try and stretch the gap, make the riders behind have to sprint to close it down. And that's exactly what he's done.
So the riders making their way down this descent, chasing coming from behind, from in the push down. People not wanting to let gaps go, not letting riders go with this big ascent to finish. Before we get there, we've got that rise in between and the trunks of sprint to go through. So still plenty of points of action potentially on the way in towards our race finish. Quick reminder. We go through the trunks of sprint at 40.7 kilometers. We then ascend the rise to the start finish of the lap at 45 kilometers. We then drop back down as we have been doing until we reach the 51.1k mark, where we then go into our final climb. It ascends all the way to the finish, with the checkpoint for the climb coming only 400 meters before the finish line.
Yeah, I'm just doing a double check. It is around 200 meters separating the chase group on the right-hand side of your screen from Michael Vink and Jason Osborne on the left-hand side of your screen. 200 meters at the moment in Category 1. And interestingly, Osborne and Vink on that Boss Moves Only team. Michael Knudsen, who's doing the chasing, also on that squad. He must think he stands a really good chance of going clear and that he's got great legs today. But Turek and Van Elst, well, they have good legs too.
They have. I think Knudsen will be looking to hit that climb after having made it hard for them on the way in. He's been doing a lot of big miles out. They've been doing some really tough training, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Meanwhile, I'm going to jump in with Category 5 race. Aidan Sinclair's gone on a solo breakaway once again. This man is effervescent in his energies at the moment. Can't Kirbyism that on the way through, and you can just see really working well here. He's gone past, we saw Taratti leading on the climb. Taratti's back in the fold, and this gap to Sinclair, he's wanting to get a gap going into that final climb, I think.
He is, but he's also a rider. He likes a rhythm. He likes his own rhythm, and he knows how to bury himself. He really does. He sits on those bars, head goes down, the power goes through those pedals, and he's doing the business at the moment. He's 16 seconds clear of that group behind, and it is a group. Taratti, Zimmerman, Oliveira, Thuft is in there, Marin is in there, and Sinclair is just doing a great job. He's at the 40.2 kilometre marker. There are indeed 55.5 kilometres of racing. But Aidan Sinclair is in that green skin suit. He's heading towards that banner at the 40.7 kilometre marker. He's got 300 metres to go. It's his. He can settle down now. He can ride through. There's then a deal of recovery that he can then take back in the group before he gets to that final climb today. But sprint competition, tick box.
tick box. And at the moment, leading on the road in Category 5, he's going to be the first rider to reach that point. The first rider to reach the 40.7k mark. He's going to go underneath the banner. He's ticking his way underneath. That is job done for the win in that sprint competition in Category 5 for Aidan Sinclair. That's 2 wins out of 2 in the sprint. Smart riding is repaid here on MyWhoosh, and we're seeing that again here. Interesting moves behind, a move being made here. Kochkov looking to push on here in Category 4, just looking to open up the gaps here, looking to stretch this out, this sprint competition in Category 4. Kochkov was in 3rd place at the end of the first sprint. He's going to come in towards the line. Giuliano is coming behind him. They were separated by what was 1 point in the sprints as Category 1 goes through more uncontested, realistically, than the rest of those race categories on the way in and through the sprint line. It's almost superfluous to Category 1 what happens in the sprint. It's almost an irrelevance. And yet, for some of our riders, it's a massive target, quite rightly so.
Yeah, it is indeed. And in Category 3, Christopher Morgan went through with Manarelli in 2nd, but Ollie Solar went through in 3rd place, which gave him enough points to hold on to that competition today.
So just taking a quick check going through, I think, and this is subject to confirmation because there are riders still coming in Category 6, Matt Smithson potentially has taken away the win. We're going to get that updated because it is still live as we speak. Not all the points have been allocated. Category 5 they have been. We've seen Sinclair take the win. But let's start with Category 1. Category 1, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 points. Vic, Osborne, Skierski, Jones, Knudsen in the sprint competition. And when those points are totaled up, Paul Skierski, riding in that green skin suit, as we see, is the winner of the sprint competition in Category 1. In Category 2, Super Sprinter Phil Graves takes away maximum points on the way through. It does mean that there are 3 riders tied on 5 points in the sprint competition in Category 2. Mitchell Stewart, who took the first sprint, SS, who took 2 and 3 points for 4th and 3rd place, respectively, on the way through, and Phil Graves, who didn't take any points on sprint 1, but took 5 points on sprint number 2. So they're all tied, but Mitchell Stewart got the early points in there. In Category 3.
Well, in Category 3, it was Morgan from Manarelli, Solar, Hoyas and Pulaka. But that enables Ollie Solar to hold on to that competition with 8 points. 5 points in 2nd place, Hoyer and Morgan tied in 2nd.
So the sprint competition all being wrapped up on the way through. Category 4 in that sprint competition, it was the sprint competition. It's tied at the top with Giuliano and Kochkov, both on 8 points from Graziani in 5. The higher places in the first sprint going to Giuliano, who took 2nd place.
So we're at the 42.3 kilometre marker, and Michael Vink and Jason Osborne have just caught the leaders on the road. Vink and Osborne now 1 and 2 on the road. Ollie Solar, Johan Moreno, Grant Womack. It's a Category 3 and Category 5 mixed group behind. But Vink and Osborne now 1 and 2 and riding clear.
So at the moment, Vink and Osborne wanted to get clear of the melange of riders behind them. I'm just going to bring you a quick update on Category 6. It was the only one that we didn't have confirmed in terms of sprints. Matt Smithson has taken the sprint competition. He takes 6 points, 5 points going to Broadbent and Callingard on the way through. Then Barrios, Kirk, Skierski, Mayard and Gibson rounding out the point scorers, but Matt Smithson taking the Category 6 sprint win. Back to Category 1, the leaders on the road, Vink and Osborne, the duo on the road. Emma, can I ask you for a prediction of who is going to hit the finishing line first?
I don't know whether anyone can hear the cogs turning, because I think this is actually a really hard one to call.
Oh, okay.
I think it is. I think it's actually a really hard one to call. away. Jason Osborne is in the polka dots. I think he'll want to hold on to that, and I think he will push for that line. Michael Vink will not want to let Jason Osborne go, as Michael Vink hears our conversation and just puts in a little dig and makes Osborne pick up his pace. Jason Osborne's just kicked at 12 watts per kilo to get back onto Vink's wheel. I think we are going to see a battle royale between these two riders. Michael Vink in yellow, Jason Osborne in the polka dots at the moment. They are at the 43.5 kilometre marker. The climb doesn't start till the 51.1k point.
But we are running in. We're at 43.6k.
We are running in. We've got a long way to run.
You've still got a little climb to go over to the finish line.
We do, and I think we are going to see to the start line. We are going to see an absolute battle between these two the whole way in. They are now at the front of the race. The gap back to the group behind was at 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's not because these two are clear. One of the key things I think here for me is because these two are clear. There's no worry about team tactics. There's no worry about what's going to happen. This is all about who is stronger, who's the better rider. They don't need to play team tactics, particularly with the finish being on the climb, because it's not like aerodynamics is going to play any part. Getting drafted is not going to count on that climb. It's too hard.
I would love to hear other people's predictions. They can drop them in the chat on the YouTube channel.
Yes, please do. Please do. Don't forget to drop in on the chat on YouTube whilst you're there. Hit subscribe, hit like. They all appreciate it. They all help us bringing you the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club each and every Sunday.
The gap at the sprint was 21 seconds. It's now down to 18. Andreas and Jones Van Elst are in that chase group behind. Dan Turek was there as well. It also was mixed with the Category 3 and Category 2 leaders. I think we're going to see the Category 1 riders extrapolate themselves from that group quite shortly. But the gap
Extricate. Not extrapolate.
Extricate.
Yeah. Extricate.
Are you correcting? You are correcting me. You're quite right too as well. But I'm too intent on watching Michael Vink and Jason Osborne battle it out here on the slopes. They really are. We're on the flat section at the moment. Well, we're not actually. We're on a bit of a climb. But we're about to come into a flat section and they really are battling. I tell you something, it's going to be great racing to watch.
It is indeed. And Emma and I will be extrapolating what may happen. We'll be predicting what may happen from what we see happening in these next few K as we run into the finish. Aidan Sinclair in the mix here, caught back into the fold in that green skin suit after going clear for the sprint win. The groups here all working really hard on this slope. This is this run up that takes you to the what was the start line of the lap. You can see Sinclair at the moment after taking the sprint win, just tapping out that rhythm. It's a good rhythm. It's nearly 5 watts per kilo at the moment as he goes up over the top of the slopes. Breathing deep in here, really focused and not wanting to let that gap go. There are riders in front just opening the gap and he needs to keep pushing. He knows where the summit is. They've been up this slope once before between climbs 1 and 2. This is now between climbs 2 and 3. And Sinclair at the moment does not want to let this gap go. If he does, he is going to go up on the way through. It looks like I'm going to get corrected by Emma here.
Yeah, I can't believe I backed down when you said extricate.
I said
and
extricate.
Extrapolate.
Yes. Go on, quickly.
I think you can use both of them interchangeably.
Okay. Anybody who is an English professor, get in touch. Get in touch. And if you think it's just all Latin to you, then also let us know the Latin words for it as well, because I don't know the Latin for either. Extrapolate or extricate on the way through. Right, let's take a look down into the racing here. We have Category 1 and 2 leaders together because Mr. X100, sorry, Category 2 leaders and Category 1 chasers together. I'm going to correct myself here on the way through because Mr. X100 at the moment looking to try and keep the pace high here in the chase of our leaders, which are the Category 1 riders, Vink and Osborne. Vink and Osborne 27 seconds up the road. Mr. X100 and SS with the Category 1 chasers, they're pushing on here. I'm not sure I'd be pushing in front of the Category 1 riders at this stage, unless I was looking to maybe shed a rider or two out of that group.
Well, yes. And it is an interesting group, isn't it? Because I'm just trying to take a look at where the other Category 2 riders are. Phil Graves is in there as well. He's a Category 2 rider. So there are other Category 2 riders in there. The Category 3 race is playing around as well. Nicole Kansara has managed to stay in that group as well. There's a lot of hard work going into staying in faster groups. And I'm looking at it thinking there's sliding room in terms of doing that going into the base of the climb. But, you know, if you spend all your effort staying in the group and you have to pick up the pace and you have to sprint to do it, how much have you got in reserves for that final climb? And we could see big gaps being closed down in some of the categories.
Don't disagree.
Well, Vink and Osborne still riding and pushing hard at the moment. 47 kilometres of racing now done. 51.1 is where they go into that final climb. They are extending their gap over the group behind Skierski Turek. They are 30 seconds back now, but there's going to be a big battle out there on the slopes for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth today. Vink wanting to keep the pace high. Osborne happy to stay in the wheel.
If I was Vink, I'd be worried by Osborne just sitting in the wheels. I think you'd be wanting, if this is going to be a race out for the win, you want to make Jason Osborne do as much work as possible. If you're Jason Osborne, the same applies. You'd be wanting to make Michael Vink work as much as possible.
Whoever is second wheel here is in the draft.
Yep.
You know, you can see that Michael Vink's numbers are in green. He's got 2 chevrons, 3 chevrons now. When he's in the chevrons, it indicates that the draft is strong. Out of the draft now, side by side, nobody is benefiting from that advantage. So it really is about, look at that. Vink just taking a little bit of hydration on board, but Osborne and Vink back in the draft again, those 3 chevrons element and showing, but Osborne continuing to push, continuing to tap. Both of these riders and racers know how to race hard. They both like racing hard, and you can just see how hard they take the Sunday Race Club and how serious this racing is. It is world-class racing.
It's world-class racing. They're being chased by world-class riders, medalists at World Championships, in pursuit behind Dan Turek, Pavel Skierski, and Michael Knudsen, the riders behind with Ollie Jones, with Bjorn Andreasen, the in pursuit as well. For me, what's really, really telling here is that I think neither of these two riders want to let the gap come down too much before they get into the line, but they're prepared to lose some of their race lead, because you're seeing the numbers behind are consistently being higher generally than the numbers of Vink and Osborne, and it means that gap is just starting to be eroded down a little bit. And it almost says that Vink and Osborne are confident once they come to the climb, they can go clear and stay clear, even if they get caught back by Pavel Skierski, who's leading the charge here with Daniel Turek.
Oh, and I think Dan Turek is a rider on form at the moment, and he's really decided he's coming out to play today. Pavel Skierski, the rider in green ahead of him, is because he's in that green skin suit, having taken that sprint competition in Category 1. Dan Turek tapping a rhythm on his heels. Ollie Jones has been dropped, so has Stefan Van Elst. They are back with the group behind. They may not be dropped for long. They may well close the gap and come over. They may climb strongly. Jones, we're going to drop in with his pain cave at the moment as he reaches forward. There's still some racing to go. There's messages being sent to the team, I think, but this is the group behind Jones, X100, Andreas. And they are all in here together. This is the leading Category 2 pack as well as the Chase Category 1 pack. They are indeed the riders here. The Category 3 rider, Nicole Kansara, no longer able to stay in the group, obviously, as this work continues. But I tell you something, he must have a cracking gap now going into that final climb.
I'm sure he has. Just going back to your point about the messages going flying backwards and forwards. Ollie Jones, teammate on the Alpha Jaw squad with Dan Turek.
Yes.
And I think that is really telling that you've got these two riders communicating potentially together about what's happening, because those are the key riders that count here. You know, I suspect Jones is saying to Turek, don't help Skierski. Literally sit on his heels.
Or he's saying, you know, come back slightly, come to the back of the group, but let me get your wheel. Or he's saying, I'm going to sit down and shut down the chase behind and let you guys go. Lots
Yeah.
of different communication could be going on at the moment.
And it depends on how well they're climbing, how well strong they're feeling, what they think they're going to take out of today's racing here today. Both riding on that Alpha Jaw squad. Vink and Osborne, quick reminder for you, both riding for the Boss Moves only squad, as is Michael Nussen, who's not all that far off the pace. Let's go across to Category 2 at the moment, because we have our Category 2 leaders on your screens. SS, Mr. X100 and Phil Graves together. It's a bit like turning the clock back in time to 2022, where we saw these three riders regularly battling it out at the front of the racing on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. They're very much opening this gap.
Guerra. Look at Nathan Guerra, 27 seconds back, but a minute clear of the chase behind. Guerra is time trialing his way into the top 5 here, and I think he's banking on that climb at the end because he will ride strongly on there.
He will, and he's hitching a lift on the back of a Category 1 rider. He's using the pace of the Category 1 rider. He's sitting in the slipstream to enable him to take that pace, to keep that momentum moving in his drive to get up to the front of the Category 2 race. Smart riding, smart moves. I think the thing is that you've got Miss X100, who we know likes a long climb. SS has been climbing brilliantly. He's got so many climb competitions. Phil Graves back training really hard as well. I mean, we've seen him doing a lot of triathlon training. He's out there running. He was in what was just been my home triathlon, the Tadcaster Tri recently. And I think for me, his pace is going to be really, really interesting on here, because he's been working really hard.
Well, there we go. Nathan Guerra is on the wheel with Hayden Pucker. Both of those riders climbing now together at the 51.2 kilometre marker. Been 100 metres onto this final climb today, and you can see Guerra, look of concentration, headphones on. I imagine the music is pumping because it's got to be something to keep him. Well, I don't think there has to be something to keep him focused. He is focused on the climb, and I tell you, someone who's also focused on the climb, that is Jason Osborne. The polka dots on his back. He's taken the climbing competition so far, and he is climbing away from Michael Vink.
Well, I think Vink was in the ascendancy. It's a squad called the Boss Moves Only squad, and the acknowledged Caesar in this is normally Jason Osborne. But Vink had come along. He'd taken the purple robes. He'd taken leadership of the team last week when Jason Osborne was there. I think Osborne sort of turned around, and unlike Caesar, he's gone et tu brute, and he's not been stabbed in the back. He's just ridden off the front.
Well, Osborne off the front now. Vink chasing and chasing hard. You can see the effort, the work going in. Vink's heart rate 182. It is climbing. It's just jumping between 181 182. It's fluctuating there as he sits back down on that saddle and continues to tap his rhythm. It's not the rhythm of Jason Osborne. Osborne out of the saddle, punching his way up the climb, is setting a higher tempo than Vink behind. The question for me, Stefan Van Els finished really quickly last week.
Yes.
He's closed the gap down on Turek and Skierski. Ollie Jones has also come over. I don't know what that conversation was between Jones and Turek, but I tell you, they've come back together on the slopes of this climb. Do not discount them closing the gap. Van Elst is on superb form. Jones and Turek are teammates. Skierski just will not give in. It is going to be an interesting race. Knudsen, part and parcel of that group, teammates with Vink and Osborne. There's a real mixed bag coming out to play as the final finale of this race here in Bhutan on the outer loop starts to play.
And that your comments about Van Els are so true. He was 8th last week. He was 4th the week before that. He was 4th in the race before that he then finished. Prior to that, realistically, he hadn't strung such a good run together. His results really do bear that out for Van Els. He really is coming back into form. His experience, 172 participations within the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. a rider who maybe hasn't had the number of wins that we maybe would have expected from somebody of that number. But when you're in category one, it's just, I don't want to use the phrase it's not that easy. You're up against the best in the world.
Well, let's just do a little bit of a quick run round on some of the other categories. Category 2, X100 and SS, now 20 seconds clear of Graves, who is around 20 seconds clear of Guerra. Concain and Ivan Nuki leading the charge behind. Category 3, Nikau Kansara is riding really strongly today. Jussi Polaka is leading the chase behind with Chatty and Hoyes and Morgan. Sola and Kalman are in the mix as well. And Cali is leading the charge in category 4, but there are 5 or 6 riders in that group, including Mortek.
Yep, they're always dangerous when it goes uphill. Patrick Mortek, we'll have to see how that plays out as we watch Jason Osborne at the moment. That gap has absolutely rocketed open to Michael Vink. The pressure put on by Jason Osborne, who's riding that polka dot skin suit that's pulled on over the World Championship rainbow bands on the left-hand side of your screen, currently at 53.4k. It may only be 100 meters in terms of distance, but that time gap, it's translating as around 20 seconds or so between the two riders, and that is substantial on this climb. Behind, Jones, Van Elst, Turek, Skierski, Knudsen, all in pursuit, all aware. Top 10 riders in each race category receiving prizes once those results are verified on MyWhoosh on the Sunday Race Club. Each of the climb checkpoints, each of the sprint checkpoints in each race category have prizes awarded for them. The overall winners of the climb competition, the overall winners of the sprint competition, and the overall top 10 in the race, all receiving prizes, along with the teams when it comes to the final top 17s in each race category. Full details on mywhoosh.com. Go to events on the main menu, then go to Sunday Race Club and find the general Sunday Race Club event page rather than the individual qualifier, what will be qualifier number 3 that will be up there in the men's and women's races. Look for the general Sunday Race Club page. There's links there to the rule sets, to the guide. It includes all the latest innovations and all the latest updates, all the latest steps being taken to ensure what you see on your screens is as real as it can be in a virtual world. And that is because we've got a real class leading, not only verification process, but integrity process as well, which is the news was released this week about the additional testing, verification and identity checks. Brilliant to see. We'll probably end up going into them in more detail in the future, but all the details are out there. But it just is indicative of the continual improvement and progression that we get on MyWhoosh.
Yeah, and world-class racing, world-class measures, and that's what we need, and that's what we've got. So Osborne, Vink, Van Elst, Skierski, Turek, Jones, Knudsen. Van Elst still leading the charge. Skierski, Jones, Turek and Knudsen sat on the wheel at the moment. On the left-hand side of your screen, Jason Osborne in polka dots is leading the Category 1 race. Chasing behind, around 250 metres behind, is Michael Vink. 23 seconds back to Stefan Van Elst and the chase group. Will we see the catch? I don't think we will. I think we will run out of road. Vink has 1.1k to go, which means Jason Osborne has less than 1,000 metres now until the line.
So less than 1,000 metres having gone underneath the Flamme Rouge. Jason Osborne leading this race out. Remember, 400 metres to go to the finish line comes the polka dot banner. And the riders at the moment know that means that they're almost at the finish when they reach it. It's all about the work that's going in. It's all about the pressure that's being applied to the pedals by these riders making their way up these slopes. Osborne leading, Vink in second place, Van Elst still holding third place. Jones, Skierski, Nuss and Turek are not out of this. Let's see how these riders play this out in the last 400 metres. Jason Osborne underneath the polka dot banner in the polka dot skin suit just reinforces his lead in that competition as Osborne makes his way through. That's the Trongsa Crescent climb complete for the leader on the road. Vink making his way up, heading in towards that same point still. Will Osborne actually get to the finish before we see Vink hit the banner? No, he won't. It's going to be Vink who goes underneath the polka dot banner. So second place on that climb, but it's not going to affect our race leader. It is Jason Osborne, Category 1, started last. They were the last riders to leave the pens this morning. Then they headed out. They are going to be the winning riders here today. Jason Osborne, race winner, Category 1. What a ride by Osborne. His 63rd win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. He takes the win ahead of Michael Vink. Vink on his way up into those final few meters. Vink chasing the record set at the moment at the front by Osborne. Vink, he's had 29 second places. This is going to be his 30th second place as he approaches the line on qualifier race number 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. 1 is Osborne, 2 is Vink. The Boss Moves Only squad have bossed it to the line. Behind Ollie Jones, just in front here is Stefan Van Elst on their way towards that finish. To come round the right-hand bend, it's going to be Jones in 3. It's going to be Van Elst in 4. It's going to be Skierski potentially in 5. And I think Knudsen in 6. Turek is in 7th position. You can see the effort. Jones slumped over the bike. Van Elst gulping in the oxygen. Turek knows he's been in a battle today. You can see just how tough it is. That is what Sunday Race Club's about. That is how to win in Category 1.
Week in, week out, those riders turn up and they race each other. The racing is so hard, and it's what makes them top of the tree, top of the world in Category 1.
Well, Mr. X100 is going to claim a victory for the UAE Clan team here today in qualifier race number 2. Here in Bhutan, he comes in ahead of his teammate. It's the UAE Clan team, 1 and 2. SS takes second. He takes the sprint just and he takes that polka dot skid so he goes over the line. But Mr. X100 taking that race win. Nathan Guerra has overtaken Phil Graves on the climb. He's tapped out that rhythm as predicted by Emma here in the hot seat alongside me in the commentary box. And Emma Martin's prediction of Nathan Guerra coming up into 3rd place has proved to be correct here today, because Guerra has tapped out that rhythm. You can see him on your screens. Nathan has done the business on the slopes here in Bhutan on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Those precision nutrition bottles alongside him. The hydration, the fueling, absolutely key to success here on the slopes of Bhutan. It's a podium place for Guerra, 3rd place. Great riding. That was good timing.
That was hard racing, but a great performance. And Category 3, Nikal Kansara, 6 seconds clear of the chase behind. He had a bigger gap earlier on. He's coming in towards the finish line. He has got just 300 meters to go. Ollie Sola, Johan Chatty, Rios is behind as well. It's a big group coming in, and there's 3 or 4 riders who, if they pick up the pace, could take Kansara. But Kansara has taken a look behind at what is coming, and he's lifted the pace.
So as Phil Graves goes across the line for 4th place in Category 2, Category 3, a leader, Nikal Kansara, responds to the pressure from behind. Nikal Kansara hits the line, race winner in qualifier number 2 in Category 3. As the battle unfolds behind, Jonah Chatty is going to take 2nd place ahead of Ollie Sola. As in Category 4, Charles Lecale takes the win in the final sprint from Patrick Mortek, with Santiago Velez and Luis Andrade behind in Category 4.
Well, I'll tell you, only 500 metres from the finish, Grant Womack has gone clear of Adrian Gonzalez in Category 5. Womack has wanted this climbing competition, and he is wearing the polka dots from the earlier 2 climbs. He had his climbing legs today. He opened the wardrobe. He selected the right pair. He put them on. He's on the turbo at the moment on your screens, working his way towards the finish line today. Womack in polka dots. Will he shortly be wearing yellow?
We'll have to find out. You can see him on your screen. He's got to stay focused here. The gap is 12 seconds, but that could come tumbling down if he goes too far into the red. He's got to take the pace in right. He's got riders coming past him in Category 2. He's got to keep focused. He has to not get distracted now. If you go too quick, too soon, that gap will disappear. Gomez is tapping out a consistent rhythm at 4.5 watts per kilo. He's behind, he's chasing. Will he have enough in the tank to close down Womack? It's not looking like Womack's going to fade, but he's at 2.7 now, 3 watts per kilo. He's picked the pace back up again. He can see the gap yo-yoing behind him. Gonzalez at the moment leading clear of Gremsel. Gremsel clear of Thuft, and then Gaviria. So this race blown apart in Category 5 on the slopes of Bhutan, on the trunks of Crescent Climb. It's Grant Womack coming to take race victory in Category 5 on qualifier race number 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Great win for the man from the Ludlow region of the UK.
Well, Ben Kirk has overturned Matt Smith, and these two at the last sprint checkpoint were side by side, neck and neck. They have battle royale out on the course today. Kirk climbing so strongly is about to come to the polka dot banner to secure and cement that climbers competition. Smithson 16, 17 seconds back now. Callan Gadd, Skierski, Gibson 3 minutes back. Kirk and Smithson have absolutely dominated this Category 6 race. Kirk is going to be so pleased to see that polka dot banner. The finish line just 500 metres further up the climb.
So underneath the banner goes Ben Kirk. He's the first rider to go underneath from Category 6. Kirk, who's had one win on the Sunday Race Club before, he's looking to make that 2. He's got the gap. It's 30 seconds, and Smithson is not out of this because it's just dropped to 23. Kirk has put in a massive effort to make sure he claims the polka dot skin suit. And is he in danger of losing this and it being reversed here? He has been absolutely flying today, but he could lose it in a blink if he's not careful. This is critical. What has Kirk got in the tank? He's responded. He's picking up the pace. You can see the effort written over the face of Ben Kirk on the climb, on the run to the finish line. He's in between the barriers. He's in between the fences on these slopes. He's got to make it around these twists and turns, around that final right-hand bend. Kirk continues to push. Smithson is not giving up behind, and Smithson is clear of Callan Gadd, of Skierski, of Gibson and Thornton. Corbani, they're all left in the wake of the 2 riders in front. But in the pursuit race that is Smithson pursuing Kirk. Kirk now really feeling the effects of the pace yo-yoing up and down, but he's coming in to the final right-hand bend. He can savor the moment, breathe in the oxygen, and enjoy every second of the last few meters of qualifier race number 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Your winner in Category 6, Ben Kirk, race winner.
What a move, what a race, what a battle out there, and what utter grit and determination from Ben Kirk today.
Brilliant to see Ben Kirk in action there, and to get to see all of those race winners across all the race categories. Remember, we'll be bringing you the individual race categories very shortly indeed. In the overall results, it was Jason Osborne taking away that race win in Category 1. The UAE Clan team putting in the riders in 1 and 2 in Category 2 as these live results update. And you can catch up with all of these race results on the MyWhoosh.com website. Go to MyWhoosh.com, go to results, and then, of course, make sure that you check whether they're verified as it's been official or it's still unofficial. All these unofficial because they're not yet verified. Don't forget, of course, lots of great info on mywhooshinfo.com. You can go on to there and pick up the race results. You can pick up all the splits and all of the action on the way through. We're going to dive into the individual category results. Can't wait to break this down with my co-host here, Emma Martin, alongside myself, Matt Payne. Emma, oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. What a race. What a finish. What a climb to finish on here today. And it reinforced what we saw throughout that race, that you really, really need to have something left for that final climb, because if you were strong, you could really reinforce the gap.
Well, along with grit and determination, and we just saw that in spades out there on the course today. Whether it was the Category 1 battle between Osborne and Vink, or whether it was that Category 6 battle between Smithson and Kirk, the grit, the determination, the absolute drive to get over the line, it was hard work in Cat 1 or Cat 6.
It was such hard work in all of those races. I mean, Jason Osborne here today, he's done 140 odd races on MyWhoosh. He's been on the podium by my reckoning something around about 85 podiums. He never gets tired, and he had the power to go past Vink after Vink took the win last week. And the race was dominated by those two really off the front. Behind the Jones-Van Ski battle with Knudsen and Turek in the mix. That was great to see.
It really was, and it was a real good race for between 3rd and 7th place, even 8th place. You know, that battle, you know, Jones and Turek on the same team on that Alpha Jaw squad. Pavel Skierski in the green skin suit taking that sprint competition. Really still wanted to dominate in that climb. Hayden Pucker did a lot of the early work, finished in the top 10. Great reward for that. But there was a bit of conversation out there between Turek and Jones, I think, at one point, and well, it paid off.
It certainly did. I mean, great racing, and the Category 1 race, as always, really, really thrilling. Let's move from Category 1 to Category 2, where we saw Mr. X100 take his 9th win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in 211 participations. One of the big scorers in terms of racing on the platform, ahead of his teammate SS, who we know's been on form. Brilliant ride by Nathan Guerra, you've got to say.
Yeah. Phil Graves was
racing?
Well ahead of him when he started that climb. He left the group behind. He time trialed across to Phil Graves. He then went past on the climb. It was a concerted effort. It was an execution of a race plan that Nathan Guerra had. It didn't matter what was going on around him. He executed the plan he put in place, and he was rewarded with 3rd place today. Graves, great ride from him. Concayan, well, at the start of the show, I predicted he'd be top 5, and he has done the business with 5th place today. Some great racing out there in Category 2. They got caught by Category 1, you know, fairly early in the race. And it was about the 43-kilometre mark that Category 1 hit the head of the race completely. Well, it made for a real battle out there and some tactical and smart thinking needed on the ground.
Definitely. Phil Graves, after what has been a hard training week, put in a great result there in Category 2. Let's move to Category 3, where we saw Nikhil Kansara take his 7th win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. 15 podiums or so, I think that is now for Nikhil Kansara in 110 participations in the race. Ahead of Jonah Chatty. Chatty was active all race, so was Ola Sola.
Yeah.
But Kansara has this knack of coming good when it's required.
Kansara has a knack of being in the right place near the finish line.
Yes.
You know, quite often you don't see Nikhil Kansara at the start of the race. You don't see him at the halfway point. But when it gets to the pointy end, when it gets to the last third of the race, that's where you start to see him. That's the right type of tactic. That's what you want to execute in the race. Ollie Sola doing a great ride and taking away that sprint skin suit as well in that sprint competition. Those 5 riders behind Kansara, you know, did a great job. They stayed together and they worked hard and they worked strongly through that race. I just point out Jussi Palaka and Jakub Vocicek as well, having a great ride in 7th and 8th.
Yes, really great to see that in a battle that ended with a 6-second gap between Palaka and Vocicek. Jakub Vocicek, of course, very, very instrumental in making so many things happen and making the racing happen here today. Now, let's go to Category 4, because in Category 4, you can see we've got Charles Lecali going in over the line first there, ahead of Patrick Mortek. So Lecali going in over the line. That is his 2nd win in 10 participations. That's a good strike rate. I think a lot of people will be pleased with that. Patrick Mortek, definitely a rider, again predicted by yourself as being a rider that could be right in there. Ryan Giuliano, 5th overall sprint winner. But that's in part because you've got to get over the climbs as a sprinter, as we said earlier.
Yeah, and do you know, he is a strong rider, and we often say he's a quiet rider but a strong rider, and we see him in the mix. Dominic Bergin putting in a great ride for 6th place as well. But those 3 riders, just 5 seconds separation in the top 3 in that category 4 category. Great racing.
Yeah, really good to see. I think I'm loving the way that Category 4 is shaping up and changing. It's just
Yeah.
evolving again and becoming more and more competitive. Let's move into our last 2 categories. Let's go first of all to Category 5, our penultimate race category. As we move through, Grant Womack, as we saw, taking that win, taking away top spot here today. Fast approaching 30 participations on the Sunday race. Behind Gonzalez and Gremsel and Thuft, all very close together. The positions in that final section, they could have changed. They didn't crumble. They just kept on pushing. Good ride by Clinton Cirillo. Somebody who we know better maybe as a sprinter in 10th place.
Yeah, and you know, he challenged Grant Womack in that climbing competition on the first 2 climbs. They were on equal 9 points coming off of that second climb. Cirillo fading in the latter part of that race and not picking up any points on climb number 3, which gave Grant Womack the win in the climbing polka dot competition as well as the yellow jersey. The sprint competition taken by Aidan Sinclair, not in the top 10 today, but that was a great race in category 5 as well.
Certainly was. Now, let's move to our last category, to category 6, with a second win on the Sunday Race Club for Ben Kirk. 97 participations from Ben Kirk. So he's only 3 off hitting that century marker, but he's consistently up there for the sprints normally. Maybe not so much for the mountain climbing. He held off Matt Smithson, and they've been away for a long time. Smithson taking the sprint jersey after winning the race last week. Again, really riding well within this category.
Yeah, he was, and it was a real battle. And at one point, Smithson was ahead of Kirk, then Kirk was ahead of Smithson, and we didn't know which way it was going to go when we went back in on the final climb. Yeah. Joshua Callangad doing a great ride. But one of the things I think is really interesting about Category 6, in the other categories, we've seen small groups coming through and battling it to literally the last 500 metres. Category 6, there was a lot of solo riding. Each one of those top 10 came across the line solo. And that is just commitment to cause and to get to that finish line. Xavier Maillard putting in a great race as well. Andre Kobani, Brent Gibson, so some fabulous riding and racing out there. But it was a lonely climb in category 6.
Well, if you are on that climb and you're having a lonely ride into the finish, don't worry, all climbs end eventually and your race will be done. We know there are still people out there riding and racing, so don't forget, make sure you keep up with those results. All the results on MyWhoosh.com and on MyWhooshinfo.com. We've got some great racing coming up on MyWhoosh before we go into our next qualifiers. Let's talk first of all about the racing in the week. Monpok City Sprint for the Cycling Esports League, Emma. It's a relatively flat course, 44 metres in 26.8k. It's going to be a good bit of recovery for some of these riders.
Well, if they are out there and racing, there's a lot of riders out there and racing the Cycling Esports League who don't take part in the Sunday Race Club, and there'll be some great racing across all 6 of those categories as well. I know they are super competitive.
They are indeed. Don't forget, of course, we've also got the Apex Racing League. You can find the details of that on the MyWhoosh.com website. Or, of course, don't forget Cycling Esports League on MyWhooshinfo.com. We'd love you to download the app on iOS, on Android, or on Windows, whatever device it is that you are going to go riding it with. Download the latest update on there. If you want all the rules and all the regulations, are all available for you, all out there in the public purview for you to peruse to your potential persuasion. I was running out of peace there. Fortunately, we're running towards the end of the show. Emma, you got a busy week coming up?
Sort of, I suppose. Weather dependent whether I'm indoors or outdoors this week. I don't know. What about you?
I'm planning on getting some race training in.
Oh, you're not putting a number on again?
I might put a number on next Saturday before the show. So do tune in to see whether I'm a shadow of my former self by the time we get there, or whether I just get dropped off the back in the first lap, as probably is likely. We will see. I hope you're going to be racing. I hope you're going to be jumping on board and joining us on MyWhoosh. A big thank you to you for watching. A massive thank you to all of the teams. We are going to be heading to Wollongong for the men's race next week. An absolute classic on the Wollongong circuit in Australia. The women's race that's coming up is also going to be an absolute cracker. I'd hope that you are with us once again. Make sure you hit the subscribe button on Twitch TV or on YouTube, wherever you're watching. And don't forget, if you are racing, give us a view into that pain cave, and do make sure that you are with us next week. Emma and I will be back along with all of the team behind the scenes. They make the show happen. A big thank you to them. But from Emma, from me, and everybody at MyWhoosh, enjoy your riding. Stay safe. We'll see you again next week.
Goodbye.